Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. When I finished high school, I didn't go straight into college right away. Like a lot of people around that time, I took a job so I could make some money while figuring out what I wanted to do next. This was maybe 6 months after September 11th, so the country was still in that strange period where everything felt tense and uncertain. People were still talking about the attacks constantly, security was tighter everywhere, and there was this quiet feeling that something unusual could happen at any time. The job I took was as a van driver for a Meals on Wheels program. My responsibility wasn't actually delivering the meals to people's homes. Instead, I drove the large delivery van that transported the food from one central location to the building where volunteers packaged everything up for home delivery. From there, the other drivers would take smaller routes and deliver the meals to people who needed them. The work itself was pretty simple. Every morning I would arrive early, load the containers of food into the van, and drive them across town to the packaging center. The route wasn't long, but it took enough time that you settled into a routine. I'd start the van, check the mirrors, and head out while the city was still waking up. The van wasn't anything special. It was older, and the equipment inside was pretty basic. There were no fancy electronics, no CD player, nothing like that. The only entertainment you had while driving was the radio, and even that was limited to simple AM and FM stations. Because the route was quiet and repetitive, I usually kept the radio on while driving. It helped pass the time and made the morning feel less monotonous. But most of the time, I listened to the same station every day, 92.5 FM. They played a mix of music and talk segments, and it was familiar enough that I didn't have to think about it. One morning started just like any other. I got in the van, started the engine, and turned on the radio to 92.5. The usual music was playing, and I began driving toward the packaging location with the food loaded in the back. The road was quiet that morning. It was still early, and traffic hadn't fully picked up yet. The sky was clear and everything felt normal. For a while, I drove along listening to the music without really paying much attention. When you drive the same route every day, your mind tends to wander. You think about random things, plan out the rest of the day, or just zone out while watching the road. Then something strange happened. The radio station suddenly cut out. It didn't fade away the way radio signals usually do when you drive out of range. Normally, when that happens, you hear static or the music slowly becomes distorted. This was different. The music stopped abruptly. For a brief second, there was silence. Then a completely different transmission came through the speakers. At first I thought maybe the radio had accidentally switched to another station, but the sound that came through wasn't music or a normal broadcast. It was a voice. The voice sounded mechanical, almost like it had been recorded and then replayed through some kind of automated system. It reminded me of something you might hear in old recordings of so-called numbers stations. Numbers stations are those mysterious radio broadcasts where a voice reads long sequences of numbers for unknown reasons. They've always been associated with espionage or coded messages, though no one really knows for sure what they're used for. What I was hearing sounded a lot like that. The voice began reading numbers. They were spoken slowly and clearly, one after another. I can't remember the exact numbers now, but they sounded random, like they had no obvious pattern. The voice would read a sequence of numbers, pause briefly, and then continue with another set. This went on for a short time. Then something even stranger happened. The numbers stopped, and the voice began repeating the same sentence over and over again. The phrase was simple. They took the crosstown bus. The voice repeated it again. They took the crosstown bus. Then again. They took the crosstown bus. It kept repeating the sentence exactly the same way every time. No change in tone, no additional words. Just that same phrase over and over. They took the crosstown bus. The sound of it was unsettling. There was something about the flat, mechanical delivery of the sentence that made it feel eerie. It didn't sound like someone casually speaking. It sounded like something automated, like a recording that had been programmed to loop endlessly. As I drove, I remember staring at the radio, trying to understand what I was hearing. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of prank broadcast or experimental transmission, but it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded too precise, too deliberate. The phrase kept repeating. They took the crosstown bus. Again, they took the crosstown bus. The repetition made it even stranger. When you hear the same sentence repeated enough times, your brain starts trying to find meaning in it. Who were they? What was the crosstown bus? Why was someone broadcasting this message on a public radio frequency? The transmission continued for what felt like several minutes. I kept driving, listening to it in complete confusion. Eventually, the voice stopped. There was a brief moment of silence. Then suddenly the normal radio station came back on. The music resumed exactly where it would normally be during a regular broadcast. It was as if nothing unusual had happened at all. The DJs didn't say anything about a technical problem. They didn't mention a transmission interruption. The station just continued playing music like normal. When I arrived at the packaging location, I immediately asked the other drivers if they had heard anything strange on the radio. None of them had. They all said their radios had been playing normally. No interruptions, no numbers, no strange repeated phrases, just regular music. That made the whole thing even more confusing, because I knew what I had heard. I had been driving alone in the van, listening to the radio when the station was interrupted by something that sounded exactly like an American version of a numbers station broadcast. And the part that stuck with me the most was that repeated phrase. They took the crosstown bus. Even now, years later, I still think about that moment sometimes. I have no idea what that transmission was or where it came from. But hearing that strange voice repeating that sentence through the van's radio on an otherwise normal morning was one of the creepiest experiences I've ever had. My dad has a couple of stories that he's told over the years, and both of them stuck with me for different reasons. They aren't dramatic in a loud way, and he never tells them like he's trying to impress anyone. He talks about them calmly, almost casually, which somehow makes them feel even more real. They're moments where things could have ended very badly and didn't, for reasons that still don't fully make sense. The first one happened when he was a kid. He was young, old enough to wander off on his own, but still very much a child. One day he was upset about something, pouting the way kids do when emotions feel overwhelming and there's nowhere to put them. Instead of staying near the house, he walked down toward a river nearby. It wasn't unusual for kids to be around it. It was part of the landscape, familiar, something people didn't think much about. What he didn't really understand at the time was where that river led. The river fed into a hydroelectric dam. Because of that, the water didn't behave like a normal, slow-moving river. The flow was stronger, more forceful, and over time it had weakened the ground around the edges. What looked solid wasn't always solid. The banks were unstable in places, slowly being eaten away underneath by the current. My dad didn't know any of that. He was just a kid standing near the water, lost in his thoughts. At some point, he stepped closer to the edge. The ground gave way beneath him. There was no warning, no cracking sound, no chance to react. 1 second he was standing there. The next, the earth collapsed and he was pulled into the river. The current immediately took control. The water was fast and powerful, dragging him along before he could even understand what was happening. He was pulled dangerously close to the dam. He said the fear hit him all at once, the kind of fear that doesn't come with thoughts or words, just panic. The water was cold, loud, and relentless. He was fighting it, flailing, trying to keep his head above water, trying not to be dragged further in. Somehow he managed to get close enough to a patch of solid ground. He doesn't remember deciding to do it, just reacting. He grabbed onto whatever he could, digging his fingers in, clinging with everything he had. His body was being pulled by the water, but his hands held on. At the same time, his father realized what was happening. My dad's dad ran to him and grabbed him, pulling him back from the edge, fighting the current along with him. Between the two of them, they managed to get him out of the water. He was shaken, soaked, and terrified, but alive. If he had been pulled just a little farther, if he hadn't reached that solid ground, if his dad hadn't been there at that exact moment, the outcome would have been very different. He was a child, and the river would have won. When he talks about it now, he doesn't dramatize it. He just says how close it was, how fast it happened, and how easily it could have ended there. It's one of those moments where life almost slips away without ceremony, without noise, without anyone realizing how close it came. The second story happened years later when he was an adult. This one is different, but just as unsettling. He was driving, exhausted, not just tired, but dangerously sleep-deprived. The kind of exhaustion where your body keeps going even though your mind is shutting down. He had been pushing himself too hard, not getting enough rest, and getting behind the wheel anyway. He says he doesn't remember much from that drive. That's one of the scariest parts. He remembers the road stretching out in front of him, the steady motion of driving, and then large gaps of nothing. His body was there, hands on the wheel, foot on the pedals, but his awareness was slipping. He was starting to pass out. Then something happened that he still can't explain. He says he heard a voice in his head calling his name, not shouting, not panicked, just clear enough to cut through the fog. Someone saying his name directly, like they needed his attention right then. It startled him awake instantly. His eyes snapped open, his body jerked, and adrenaline flooded in. At the same moment, he swears he saw someone crossing the road in front of him. That image is burned into his memory, a figure moving across his path. He reacted without thinking. He swerved hard to avoid hitting them. There was no time to brake properly, no time to assess what he was doing. His truck left the road and slammed into a tree. Not just any tree, but one that had grown with a deep V shape down the middle, like two trees fused together. The truck became wedged between them, trapped. Metal bent, glass shattered. Everything stopped in an instant. When the dust settled and he realized he was alive, he looked around and saw how close he had come to something much worse. The tree he hit was not far from a small cliff. He says it was about a 50-foot drop. If he hadn't hit that tree, if his truck hadn't been caught in that V-shaped split, he would have gone straight over the edge. There would have been no chance to recover, no second impact to slow him down, just empty space and a long fall. He was shaken, bruised, and scared, but alive. Later, when everything calmed down, he tried to make sense of it. He questioned himself, replayed it in his head over and over. He wondered if the voice was just his brain snapping him awake, if the figure he thought he saw was a hallucination brought on by exhaustion, if his mind created something to force his body to react. But he's never been fully convinced. He says the voice felt separate from his own thoughts, clear, direct. And when he looked back later, there was no one else around. No pedestrian, no reason for someone to be crossing that road at that time. All he knows is that something woke him up at the exact moment he needed to be awake. Something caused him to swerve in a way that, while violent, kept him from going over that cliff. When he tells the story, he doesn't claim it was supernatural. He doesn't say it was an angel or anything like that. He just says he doesn't know. And that not knowing is what stays with him. Both of these moments share something in common. They happened fast. There was no long build-up, no dramatic warning, just ordinary life turning dangerous in a split second. A step near a river, a drive taken while too tired, things people do every day without thinking, and in both cases, something intervened. A hand grabbing him, a voice calling his name, a tree growing in just the right shape, in just the right place. It makes you think about how thin the margin really is, how often we walk close to danger without realizing it, how many times we rely on luck, timing, or something we can't explain, how many lives are shaped by moments that almost happened differently. When I hear my dad tell these stories, what scares me isn't just the danger, it's the randomness, the idea that existence can hinge on a few inches of ground, a second of awareness, or a sound that may or may not have come from inside your own head. He survived both times. He went on to live his life, raise a family, tell these stories years later. But it's impossible not to think about how easily that could have not happened. If the river had pulled him a little farther, if the voice hadn't come, if the tree hadn't been there. Those ifs are uncomfortable to sit with because they remind you that life doesn't always give you warnings. Sometimes it just gives you moments, and you either make it through them or you don't. My dad doesn't dwell on these stories, but I do, because they show how close we all are, sometimes without knowing it, to the edge of something final, and how survival isn't always about strength or skill. Sometimes it's about timing, instinct, and things we don't fully understand. That's what makes them stick with me, not fear, but how fragile everything really is. I was still a kid when this happened, working my very first job in retail. It wasn't anything special, just a typical store where you learned how to smile at customers, stock shelves, and get through long shifts without complaining. At that age, work felt like a big step into adulthood, but it was still a pretty sheltered environment. Nothing truly dangerous had ever happened there, and I never expected anything like this to happen at all. There was a guy who came into the store all the time. I mean all the time. He was a regular, the kind of customer everyone recognized the moment he walked in. He was loud, overly friendly, and acted like he was everyone's buddy. He'd chat with employees like he knew us personally, crack jokes, and hang around far longer than he needed to. He had that bro energy, trying way too hard to be liked. The thing was, no one actually liked him. It wasn't that he did anything obviously wrong. He just made people uncomfortable. He talked too much, crossed social boundaries, and seemed to enjoy dominating conversations. Employees tolerated him because that was part of the job, but whenever he left, there was always a collective sense of relief. He was one of those people you smile at while secretly hoping they don't come back for a while. Around that same time, there was a serial killer being talked about on the news. It was a big deal locally. 2 people had already been killed, and there was an active manhunt going on. Everyone was on edge. The story was everywhere. News updates, warnings, police statements. It felt heavy, even if you weren't directly involved. Importantly, the guy who came into the store was not a suspect. At least, not that anyone knew. He was just a regular customer, annoying but seemingly harmless. Then one day, he came in acting more animated than usual. He walked up to the counter and loudly said something like, "You guys hear about the killer on the loose?" He was grinning, clearly, enjoying the attention. Before anyone could really respond, he continued, laughing. "The one on the news that's killed 4 people, I fing know him. That sick F was my roommate in college." And then he laughed. Not nervous laughter, not uncomfortable laughter. He laughed like it was an amusing story, like he had just shared a wild party anecdote. He kept talking, joking about it, soaking in the reactions around him. But something immediately felt wrong. What stuck in my head wasn't just what he said. It was the number. He said 4. An hour earlier, the news had reported 2 victims. I remember standing there, trying to keep my face neutral while my brain raced. I replayed the news report in my head. I was sure of it. 2 victims. That was the official number. So how did this guy casually mention 4? At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he misspoke, maybe he was exaggerating, maybe he heard a rumor online. But the way he said it didn't feel like a guess. It felt confident, casual, like he knew something. After he left, I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept thinking about his tone, the laughter, the certainty. It wasn't just creepy, it was unsettling in a way I didn't fully understand yet. I went to my boss and told him what had happened. I explained exactly what the guy said, including the part about knowing the killer and the number of victims. I told him I wasn't sure if it was anything, but it didn't sit right with me. My boss listened carefully. He didn't panic, but he didn't brush me off either. He said it could be nothing. Maybe the guy had already been interviewed by police. Maybe he was lying or exaggerating for attention. Maybe it was just bullshit. Then he said something that stuck with me. He told me that if it was bothering me, I could always call the special tip line or talk to the local police. The case was in our county. He made it clear that I wouldn't be in trouble for reporting something, even if it turned out to be nothing. That gave me enough confidence to act. I contacted the police and explained everything as clearly as I could. I told them about the customer, what he said, how often he came in, and especially the detail about him saying 4 victims when the news had only reported 2. I didn't accuse him of anything. I just told them exactly what I heard and why it concerned me. They thanked me. That was it. They didn't ask me to come in. They didn't follow up with more questions. They didn't contact me again. For a while, I wondered if I had wasted their time. I almost felt embarrassed, like maybe I had overreacted. Sometime later that week, the police came and spoke to my boss. I wasn't part of that conversation, and I never found out what was said. No one told me anything directly. Then, by the end of the week, the news broke. They had caught the killer, and not only that, but they had found 2 additional bodies. Victims who had been killed before the 2 that were initially reported. The total number of victims was 4. When I heard that, my stomach dropped. I don't know what role, if any, my call played in the investigation. I don't know if the guy who came into the store was actually connected in any meaningful way, or if he was just running his mouth about something he shouldn't have known. I don't know if the police already had that information and my tip just confirmed something, or if it led them to look in a different direction. I never got answers. What I do know is this: that customer never came back. This was a guy who used to come in 5 days a week, sometimes more. He would hang out for over an hour each visit, talking to employees, acting like he owned the place. And then suddenly, he was gone. No explanation, no goodbye, just gone. That absence spoke louder than anything else. To this day, I don't know if he was questioned, warned, or involved in some way. I don't know if he realized he had said too much. I don't know if he was scared or simply moved on. All I know is that he disappeared right after the killer was caught. That experience changed how I see people. It taught me that sometimes the most disturbing things aren't obvious threats. Sometimes they come wrapped in jokes and laughter. Sometimes people reveal things without realizing it or without caring. And sometimes trusting your instincts matters, even when you're young, inexperienced, and unsure of yourself. I still think about how casually he said it, how he laughed, how confident he was about a detail the public wasn't supposed to know yet, and how quickly everything lined up afterward. I don't tell this story often because I don't have a clean ending or a clear explanation, but it stayed with me all these years as a reminder that weird details matter, that listening closely matters, and that speaking up, even when you're not sure, can be the right thing to do. Whatever role I played in it, small or non-existent. I'm glad I trusted that feeling instead of ignoring it. Because sometimes the difference between nothing and something is just one person deciding to say, "This doesn't feel right." I was very young when it happened, barely more than 2 years old. So young that for most of my life, I believed I had no memory of it at all. It wasn't something my family ever talked about, and as I grew older, it simply didn't exist in my conscious mind. Not as a story, not as a warning, not even as a vague feeling. It stayed buried somewhere deep, locked away in a place I didn't know I had access to. I went through childhood, adolescence, college, and most of my adult life without ever thinking about it. If someone had asked me whether I remembered anything from that age, I would have said no without hesitation. Then, many years later, when I was in graduate school, something strange happened. It was an ordinary day, nothing special about it at all. I had lain down for a short nap in the afternoon, the kind of half-sleep where you're not fully unconscious but not fully awake either. My body was resting, but my mind was drifting in that strange in-between place where thoughts blur into dreams. I wasn't thinking about my childhood, Germany, or my family. There was no trigger that I could recognize, no conversation, no photo, no sound. And then, suddenly, I woke up. It wasn't a gentle waking, it was abrupt, like being pulled out of water. My heart was pounding and my chest felt tight. What startled me wasn't just that I had dreamed, but how real the dream felt. It didn't feel like imagination or symbolism, it felt like memory. In the dream, I saw myself clearly, not as I am now, but as a small child. I knew it was me without question. I could see what I was wearing, down to the smallest details. I was wearing a red and yellow jumper with letters of the alphabet printed all over it. I remember that jumper so clearly, the colors bright and childish, the kind of clothing you don't question when you're little, but that stands out sharply when you look back as an adult. I could feel the fabric against my skin. I could see my small hands. I was with my family, and we were outside. I knew we were in Germany back when we lived there. The surroundings felt familiar in a way that was hard to explain, like recognizing a place you haven't seen in decades, but somehow still know. I could smell the air, that slightly cool, clean outdoor smell. I remember holding a Ziploc bag filled with Cheerios, eating them one by one as a snack. I remember being annoyed and upset about something that seemed very important to me at the time. The hot air balloons that I thought were beautiful had been canceled, and I was disappointed in that deep, dramatic way only small children can be. It felt unfair. It felt like something precious had been taken away. Then, without warning, everything changed. A helicopter came into view. Not just any helicopter, but a large one with 2 propellers, one in the front and one in the back. I didn't know the word for it at the time, but later I would learn it was a Chinook. In the dream, it was loud. The sound wasn't just noise. It felt like pressure, like the air itself was shaking. The helicopter was too close. Even in the dream, I knew something was wrong, and then it crashed. It didn't crash far away or in the distance like something you watch on a screen. It crashed just a few meters from where my family was standing. I remember the violence of it, the sudden chaos. The sound was overwhelming. Metal tearing, the roar of the engines, the wind. I remember the ground shaking. I remember fear, raw and instinctive, even though I was so young. It wasn't a fear with words or thoughts attached to it. It was just terror. I woke up from the nap shaking. For a long moment, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand what had just happened. My first thought was that it had been an unusually vivid dream, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. Dreams don't usually come with that level of detail, especially details like specific clothing, specific food, and specific emotions that don't seem symbolic at all. It felt like something real had surfaced. I couldn't shake it, so I did what anyone would do in the modern age. I opened my laptop and started searching online. I typed in keywords about helicopter crashes in Germany, air shows, and the town where we had lived. We had grown up in Heidelberg, so I started there, convinced that if this had really happened, it must have been nearby. I scrolled through articles, old news reports, and archived pages. At first, I didn't find anything that matched exactly, and that made me doubt myself. Maybe it was just a dream after all. Maybe my brain had invented it. Still, something pushed me to go further. Eventually, I decided to email my parents. I didn't want to alarm them or sound strange, so I tried to be casual about it. I described the dream as carefully as I could. I mentioned the helicopter, the crash, the jumper, the Cheerios, and the fact that it felt like a memory rather than a dream. I asked if anything like that had ever happened when we lived in Germany. I didn't expect much in response. I thought maybe they would say I had mixed up stories or seen something on television as a child. I thought they might gently dismiss it. Instead, my mother's reply stopped me cold. Her email began with disbelief. She wrote that she couldn't believe I remembered that. She said they had never talked about it, not once, and that she herself avoided thinking about it because it was too painful. She admitted that she still couldn't look at those helicopters without feeling sick. As I read her words, a chill ran through me. She explained what had really happened. It wasn't in Heidelberg after all, it was in Mannheim. We had been at an air show, something that was supposed to be fun and exciting. Families everywhere, children watching planes and helicopters, people relaxed and enjoying the day. At some point during the show, the Chinook helicopter crashed. It came down violently right near where we were standing. One of the propellers broke off. That propeller landed only about 5 feet away from my brother. 5 feet. As I read that sentence, my hands started to shake. My mother wrote that if it hadn't been for the wind, if the wind hadn't swept the propeller onto the highway instead of toward us, it would have landed on our family. She said she was convinced that it was only by sheer luck, or what she called the grace of God, that we were not killed that day. She wrote that she would never forget it. The terror, the noise, the confusion. She said it was burned into her memory so deeply that she didn't need photographs or reminders. She also told me something I hadn't known. The crash had happened on September 11th, 1982. Reading that date made everything feel heavier. She said that when the events of September 11th happened years later, it brought everything back for her. The memories flooded in, raw and vivid, as if no time had passed at all. She said that day in 2001 reopened wounds she had tried to seal shut for decades. As if that wasn't enough, she added another detail that has never left me. She remembered a man from San Antonio who had been at the air show. When the helicopter crashed, this man ran toward the wreckage without hesitation. His son was inside. She remembered the desperation in his movements, the way he ran despite the danger, driven by nothing but fear and love. She didn't know what happened to him or his son afterward, but the image of that man running toward the wreckage stayed with her forever. When I finished reading the email, I sat there in silence for a long time. Everything I had seen in my half-sleep suddenly made sense. The details weren't random. The jumper, the Cheerios, the disappointment about the balloons, the helicopter, the crash. It wasn't a dream created by my adult mind. It was a memory that had been stored away since I was barely old enough to speak. Somehow my brain had kept it intact for over 20 years, hidden from my conscious mind, waiting for the right moment to surface. What unsettled me the most wasn't just that I remembered it, but how clearly I remembered it. I could still see the colors. I could still feel the fear. I could still hear the sound of the helicopter. It made me realize how strange and powerful the human brain really is. Even at an age when we assume memories can't form or won't last, something inside us is recording everything. It doesn't always let us access it, but it never truly lets go. I often think about how close we came to disaster that day without ever knowing it. How easily my life, my brother's life, my parents' lives could have ended before I was old enough to understand what life even was. I think about how my parents carried that memory silently, protecting us from it, never speaking of it, never letting it become part of our family's shared stories. And I think about how, decades later, my mind chose to return to it on its own, without warning, in the quiet of an afternoon nap. Sometimes I wonder how many other memories like that exist inside all of us. Moments that shaped us, frightened us, or changed the course of our lives before we were old enough to remember them consciously. Moments that wait patiently hidden until something inside us is ready to face them. That day taught me that forgetting doesn't always mean something is gone. Sometimes it just means it's sleeping, waiting for the moment when it decides to wake up. It's strange how a house can feel heavy long before you ever learn why. Some places carry a silence that doesn't come from emptiness, but from memory. This is one of those places. It's about my house, the one I grew up in, and the story behind it that people in town rarely talk about out loud. I live in Hungary, in a small town where everyone knows everyone. The kind of place where family names mean something, where stories travel fast but are also carefully controlled. People know what happened, but they don't like to say it. They lower their voices, they change the subject. And when they talk about our house, they do it carefully, like the walls might still be listening. The house wasn't originally ours. It was built by the previous owner, a man who was well known in the town. Back then, the basement of the house wasn't just storage or extra space. It held a small liqueur and snack shop. Nothing big, just a local place where people would stop by, buy drinks, snacks, maybe linger for conversation. In a small town, places like that become social hubs. Everyone knew them. Everyone trusted them. The entire family lived in the house. The father, the mother, their daughter and son, even the grandparents. It was a full house, loud and busy. The kind of place you'd assume was filled with routine and normal life. From the outside, there was nothing unusual about it. It looked like any other family home in town. Solid, ordinary, safe. Then one night, everything ended. There was a fight. No one knows exactly how it started, or if they do, they've never said it clearly. What people do know is how it ended. The man shot his wife in the head. Then he turned the gun on himself and did the same. In Hungary, it's extremely difficult to get a pistol or any kind of firearm. That detail alone makes the story feel heavier. This wasn't something impulsive in the way people like to imagine. This wasn't a gun lying around casually. The fact that it happened at all means planning, access, and intent. That makes it harder to swallow. The house changed after that night. Not physically at first. The walls stayed standing. The rooms stayed the same. But the energy shifted. The family was gone. The shop closed. The house became something people avoided, a place with a story no one wanted attached to them. It became very hard to sell. People knew what had happened there. In a small town, nothing like that is ever forgotten. Buyers would come, hear the story, and leave. The price kept dropping. Eventually, it became one of those houses that everyone knew about, but no one wanted. At that time, my parents were in a difficult position. They didn't have many options. Housing isn't always about choice. Sometimes it's about survival, timing, and necessity. When the price dropped low enough, this was the only house they could afford. So they bought it, even though they didn't know the family, even though they weren't from the town originally, even though they had no connection to what had happened. They stepped into a story that wasn't theirs, but would become part of their lives anyway. My father is a deeply religious man. Faith shapes how he sees the world, how he understands suffering, and how he deals with things that don't have clear answers. When we moved in, he felt strongly that something needed to be done, not to erase the past, but to acknowledge it. He asked a priest to come to the house. It wasn't dramatic, there was no spectacle, just a quiet ritual. Prayers, words meant to bring peace, something like asking the spirits of the dead to rest, to move on, to leave the living alone. Even though we had no connection to them, even though we didn't know their names, my father believed it was important to show respect, to recognize that lives had ended there, to ask for peace, not just for us, but for them. Even with that, the feeling never fully went away. There's something unsettling about living in a place where you know such violence happened, not because you expect it to happen again, but because the knowledge settles into the background of your life. You walk past rooms knowing what once occurred there. You sleep under a roof that witnessed something final and irreversible. What makes it worse is how people in town react. No one likes to talk about it. If the house comes up in conversation, there's a pause, a glance away, a quiet, "Yes, that one." People know, everyone knows, but they don't elaborate. They don't offer details. They don't ask questions. It's like there's an unspoken agreement to let the story remain buried, even though the house still stands. That silence is its own kind of weight. Sometimes it feels like the house exists slightly outside of time, like it belongs to two different lives. The one before that night, full of family noise and a busy shop, and the one after, quieter, cautious, and marked by what can't be undone. Growing up there, you become aware of things other kids don't think about. You learn early that walls can hold history, that places remember even when people pretend not to. That tragedy doesn't always leave visible scars, but it leaves something else behind, something harder to name. The scariest part isn't the idea of ghosts or anything supernatural. It's the reality of how suddenly normal life can collapse, how a family that looked just like any other could end in such a violent final way, how a house can go from full to empty in a single night, and then continue on with new people inside it, carrying the story whether they want to or not. We didn't know them, we had no connection to the town at the time, and yet their story became part of our home, something we live with quietly, just like everyone else in town does. There are no stories of strange noises or things moving on their own. Nothing dramatic, just a heaviness that comes from knowing, from understanding that this place has seen something it can never forget. And maybe that's why people stay quiet about it. Because some stories don't need to be told over and over. Some stories settle into the walls and stay there, waiting, not to scare you, but to remind you that even the most ordinary places can hold the darkest moments of human life. That's what makes it unsettling, not fear, but memory. I was about 15 years old when this happened, old enough to walk around on my own at night, but still young enough to not really understand how to deal with fear when it shows up unexpectedly. I had been at my grandmother's house that evening, nothing unusual about it. I used to go there often, and the walk back home was something I had done many times before. It was familiar, routine, and usually quiet. That night felt no different at first. It was already dark when I left her place. Not late enough to feel dangerous, but late enough that the streets were empty. The air was calm, and there was that deep nighttime silence where even small sounds feel louder than they should. As I walked, I wasn't really thinking about anything important. My mind was drifting the way it does when you're walking a familiar route and don't need to pay much attention. As I got closer to my street, I noticed someone ahead of me. It was a girl walking toward me from the opposite direction. I didn't recognize her, but that wasn't strange. It wasn't a busy area, but it wasn't impossible for someone I didn't know to be walking there either. Still, I became aware of her immediately. At that age, seeing someone your own age, especially at night, makes you suddenly very aware of yourself. I remember feeling awkward more than anything else. I wasn't trying to be creepy or stare. I honestly didn't know what to do. I didn't want to look suspicious, but I also didn't want to seem rude. So, like a lot of teenagers do, I made brief, awkward eye contact, just a second or two. She looked back at me, and then we both looked away. No words were exchanged. No smile, no greeting, nothing. We just kept walking. We passed each other. That should have been the end of it. My street itself was always dark. There were no streetlights at all, which meant once you turned onto it, everything disappeared into shadows. Houses were barely visible outlines, and the road blended into the darkness. I had grown up with that street, so the darkness didn't scare me. I wasn't afraid of the dark in general. I knew where everything was. I knew how far my house was. I knew the way. So when I turned onto my street, I didn't feel nervous. Not yet. I had taken only a few steps when I heard it. A female voice laughed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't distant either. It sounded close. Too close. Like someone laughing right next to my ear. The sound sent a shock through my body so sudden that I stopped walking instantly. My heart jumped, and a cold feeling ran down my spine. Without thinking, I turned around. The girl was gone. She hadn't walked far enough to disappear naturally. There was nowhere she could have turned off in that short amount of time. No driveways, no side streets, no open gates, just darkness and empty road. I stood there, staring into the blackness, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Or not seeing. For a moment, I told myself she must have moved faster than I realized. Maybe she crossed the street. Maybe she ducked behind a car. My brain scrambled for explanations, but none of them fit. It had been only 2 seconds. There was no sound of footsteps, no movement, nothing. That's when fear really set in. I didn't run at first. I started walking faster, telling myself to calm down. I kept my eyes forward, focusing on my house. Each step felt heavier than the last. The darkness around me felt thicker, like it was pressing in. Every small sound made my muscles tense. My own footsteps sounded too loud. I reached my driveway and walked up to my front door, my hands shaking slightly as I pulled out my keys. I remember fumbling with them, dropping one, then picking it up again. That sense of being watched had settled in, even though I couldn't see anyone. As I put the key into the lock, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't laughter. It was whispering, low, quiet, and right next to me. Not behind me, not far away. Right there, as if someone was standing inches from my shoulder, leaning in close. I couldn't make out the words, but I could tell it was a voice speaking softly, deliberately. I completely froze. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get inside. I didn't look around. I didn't try to identify where the sound was coming from. I didn't want to. I shoved the key into the lock, turned it as fast as I could, and threw the door open. The moment I was inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it. Only then did I let myself breathe. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to break out of my chest. My hands were shaking uncontrollably and my legs felt weak. I leaned against the door for a moment, listening. There was nothing, no whispering, no laughter, just silence. I checked the windows, even though I didn't really want to. Nothing. The street outside was empty and dark, exactly the way it always was. No sign of anyone standing. There. No movement. Eventually, I went to my room and got into bed, still shaken. I didn't tell anyone that night. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding ridiculous. I told myself it was probably just my imagination. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my brain had filled in gaps because of the darkness and the awkward encounter. But the more I thought about it, the less that explanation satisfied me. What bothered me the most was the girl herself. I knew I hadn't seen her before. Her face wasn't familiar at all. And I remembered reading somewhere that the human brain can't just invent faces out of nothing. That when you dream of people, they're usually made up of faces you've already seen somewhere, even if you don't consciously remember them. Strangers in dreams are often blends of real people. This didn't feel like that. I was awake. I was alert. I had seen her clearly enough to know she wasn't someone I recognized, and the sounds I heard didn't feel like something coming from inside my own head. They felt external, placed in space, attached to a presence. Still, I never saw her again. Nothing like that ever happened on that street before or after. No laughter, no whispering, no strange encounters. Life went on, and with time, the fear faded into something quieter. The memory stayed, though, clear and sharp, like it had carved itself into my mind. Even now, I don't know what happened that night. Maybe it really was just my imagination. Maybe my brain played a trick on me, mixing nerves, darkness, and coincidence into something terrifying. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I don't have the words to explain. All I know is that for those few minutes, something felt very wrong, and whatever it was, it made sure I noticed. This is one of those stories that never really leaves you, no matter how much time passes. It isn't just because of what happened, but because of who it involved and how completely unexpected it was. Even now, thinking about it makes everything feel a little less solid, like the ground under your feet isn't as stable as you once believed. There was this kid I went to high school with. I wouldn't say we were friends. We barely interacted beyond passing each other in hallways or being in the same classes here and there. But I knew who he was, and so did everyone else. He wasn't popular in the traditional sense, but he was well known, the kind of person almost everyone recognized. He was kind of a dork, honestly, awkward in a harmless way, but he was also goofy and genuinely funny. He had that natural ability to make people laugh without trying too hard. He wasn't mean, he wasn't arrogant, he didn't give off any kind of threatening or angry vibe. If anything, he came across as soft, nice, fun, loving, the type of guy people felt comfortable around. Teachers liked him, students liked him. He was one of those background characters in high school life who added color without demanding attention. You'd hear his voice crack a joke from across the room, or see him doing something silly that made everyone nearby laugh. Nothing about him stood out as dark or troubled. He seemed normal. After high school, like with most people, life moved on. Everyone scattered in different directions. Some went to college. Some stayed local. Some disappeared entirely from your awareness. He was just another name that faded into the background of memory. Someone you might vaguely remember if a yearbook came up, but not someone you actively thought about. Then, a few years later, the news broke. He had murdered his longtime girlfriend. The words didn't make sense at first. When you hear something like that, your brain automatically rejects it. You assume there's been a mistake, a misunderstanding, someone with the same name, anyone but him. But it was him. The details were horrifying. He didn't just hurt her, he killed her. Someone he had been with for a long time. Someone who trusted him. Someone who likely never imagined that the person she loved would be the one to end her life. And then, after killing her, he turned the gun on himself. But even that wasn't straightforward. The first shot didn't kill him. That detail is the one that really stuck with me, the one that makes my stomach drop every time I think about it. He didn't die instantly. He was still alive, injured, bleeding, in pain, and instead of stopping, instead of calling for help, instead of reconsidering anything, he crawled. He crawled over to the gun, and he finished the job. That image alone is enough to haunt you. The sheer determination it takes to do that. The level of commitment to violence, to finality. It wasn't impulsive in the way people like to imagine these things. It wasn't a single moment of losing control. There were multiple moments where it could have ended differently, and he chose not to stop. When I found out, it completely messed me up. I wasn't close to him. I didn't hang out with him. I didn't know his girlfriend personally either. And yet, the impact was massive. It felt personal in a way I didn't expect, like something fundamental had been shaken loose inside my head. Because if someone like him could do that, then what did someone like him even mean anymore? I replayed my memories of him over and over, his jokes, his smile, the way he interacted with people. I tried to find something, anything, that might have hinted at what he was capable of. Some darkness, some cruelty, some warning sign. There was nothing, and that's what made it so terrifying. It's easy to wrap your head around violence when it comes from people who already seem dangerous, when someone has a reputation for being angry, unstable, aggressive, or cruel. The story fits into a narrative your brain already understands. You can tell yourself, yeah, that makes sense, they were always like that. This didn't make sense. This was someone everyone thought was nice, funny, harmless, a little awkward maybe, but in an endearing way. The kind of person you wouldn't hesitate to be around, the kind of person you wouldn't warn anyone about. And yet, he did something unimaginably brutal. After that, something inside me changed. I didn't trust people the same way anymore. Not in an obvious, dramatic way. I didn't suddenly become paranoid or withdrawn. It was quieter than that, subtler, a background shift in how I saw the world. Before, I had this unspoken belief that you could generally tell who someone was by how they acted, that if someone seemed kind and normal, they probably were, that truly terrible people gave off signs, that danger announced itself in some way. That belief died when I heard what he had done. I started realizing how little we actually know about the people around us, how much of someone's inner world is completely hidden, how easy it is to perform normalcy, to laugh, to joke, to blend in. I thought about how many people I had sat next to in class, how many people I had laughed with, how many people I had assumed were safe, simply because they appeared to be. And suddenly, that assumption felt fragile. It wasn't that I thought everyone was dangerous, it was worse than that. I realized that you can't always tell who is. That kind of uncertainty messes with you. I also couldn't stop thinking about his girlfriend, about how she must have seen him, how she must have trusted him, how long they had been together, how many normal days they shared before the one that ended everything. Did she see it coming? Did she sense something was wrong? Or did it come completely out of nowhere for her, too? The thought that someone could spend years with a person, build a life with them, and still be so wrong about who they really are is deeply unsettling. It makes relationships feel more fragile, trust feel more dangerous. For a while after, I found myself analyzing people more than I ever had before, not in a conscious way, but emotionally. I'd notice small things, tone shifts, mood changes, offhand comments. I wasn't looking for violence specifically, but I was looking for cracks, for inconsistencies, for signs that someone wasn't who they appeared to be. And the scariest part is that even with all that awareness, I knew it still wouldn't be enough, because if someone like him could hide it so well, then what chance did the rest of us have of spotting it? I remember feeling almost betrayed, even though he didn't owe me anything. Betrayed by the idea of him, by the version of him that existed in my memory. It felt like a lie had been exposed, and I didn't know how long I'd been believing it. There was also this overwhelming sense of randomness to it all, like the universe had rolled the dice and decided that this particular story would end in the worst way possible, without any clear reason or explanation. People tried to make sense of it afterward. They always do. They talked about mental health, about hidden struggles, about things no one knew. And while those conversations are important, they didn't really make it feel better, because explanations don't undo reality. Understanding that someone was struggling doesn't make the violence less real. It doesn't bring his girlfriend back. It doesn't erase the image of him crawling to finish what he started. It doesn't restore the sense of safety that was lost. What stayed with me the most was the realization that evil doesn't always look like evil. Sometimes it looks like a goofy kid cracking jokes in a classroom. Sometimes it looks like someone everyone likes. Sometimes it looks like normal. That idea sat heavy with me for a long time. Even now, years later, I still think about it occasionally. Not obsessively, but in quiet moments. When I hear about similar cases. When I think about people I used to know. When I catch myself assuming I understand someone based on how they present themselves. It didn't turn me cynical exactly. I still believe most people are good. I still believe kindness is real. But it did strip away a layer of innocence I didn't realize I had. It taught me that there are depths to people we may never see, that some things remain hidden until it's far too late, and that sometimes the people who shock us the most are the ones we least expect. I think that's why it affected me so deeply, even though I barely knew him. It wasn't about him specifically. It was about what his actions revealed about the world, about how unpredictable human beings can be, about how fragile our assumptions really are. It's hard to carry that knowledge without it changing you. I don't walk around afraid all the time. I don't assume the worst of everyone. But there's a quiet awareness now, a reminder in the back of my mind that appearances don't guarantee safety, and familiarity doesn't guarantee understanding. Someone I once thought of as harmless did something unspeakable, and once you truly accept that, you can't ever see people the exact same way again. That's what fucked me up the most. Not just the violence, but the loss of certainty, the realization that you can share space, laughter, and years of proximity with someone, and still have no idea what they're capable of. It's a heavy thing to learn, and it's one of those lessons you don't ever really forget. I had a friend in my early 20s who was dating a guy she really cared about. Everything about that relationship felt solid and normal in the best way. He was kind, dependable, and easy to be around. His family welcomed her without hesitation. Holidays were shared. Dinners were warm and loud. There was laughter, comfort, and the quiet confidence that comes from feeling like you've stepped into a life that fits. Nothing about that time felt fragile. His sister was a big part of that picture. She was 30 years old, vibrant, active, and full of energy. The kind of person who always seemed busy in a good way. She worked, she had friends, she made plans. She laughed easily and spoke quickly, like someone who had places to be and time to get there. If you were asked to describe her in one word, healthy would have come naturally. Then she started having headaches. At first, no one panicked. Headaches are common. Stress, dehydration, bad sleep, too much screen time. She tried to power through them the way most people do. Took over-the-counter painkillers, drank more water, promised herself she'd rest more soon. But the headaches didn't go away. They got worse, more intense, more frequent. Something about them felt wrong. To her credit, she didn't ignore that feeling. She went to the doctor, not weeks later, not months later, immediately. That decision probably bought her time, even if it didn't save her life. Tests were ordered quickly, scans, follow-ups, appointments that suddenly felt urgent instead of routine. Within days, the tone changed. Conversations became quieter. Doctors stopped using vague language. The words no one ever expects to hear were spoken. Brain cancer. Not just any kind. An aggressive form. The kind that doesn't wait. They caught it early, technically. Early enough to see it clearly on scans. Early enough to know exactly what it was. But not early enough to stop it. Not early enough to fight it in the way people imagine when they hear the word cancer. There were no long treatment plans. No hopeful timelines. No talk of remission. Within a week, she was in home hospice. That's the part that still feels unreal. A week. 1 week she was a functioning adult with a full life. The next, doctors were explaining comfort care, pain management, quality of life, end-of-life planning, words that don't belong anywhere near someone who was healthy days earlier. Hospice didn't mean they were giving up. It meant there was nothing left to do. No surgery that could fix it, no treatment that could slow it down, no miracle hiding around the corner. The cancer was too aggressive, too advanced in how it behaved, even if it hadn't been there long. All they could do was make her comfortable. Her family barely had time to process what was happening before they were living inside it. Shock doesn't even begin to describe it. One moment you're worried about someone's headaches. The next, you're rearranging furniture to make room for medical equipment in a living room that was never meant to hold it. My friend watched this unfold up close. She went from being someone's girlfriend to standing quietly on the edge of a family's worst nightmare. She helped where she could. She sat with them. She listened. She stayed out of the way when needed. There was no script for what to say. Nothing anyone could offer that made it better. The sister declined fast. 2 months. That was all it took. 2 months from diagnosis to death. 2 months is nothing. It's laundry left unfolded, emails unanswered, plans postponed. It's not even a full season. And yet, in that short span of time, an entire life ended. Her body changed quickly, the energy drained out of her, speech became harder, movement slowed. There were moments of clarity and moments of confusion, good days and very bad ones. Her family learned to celebrate small things, a smile, a lucid conversation, a moment where she seemed like herself. Again, those moments became rare. There was no dramatic goodbye, no long, drawn-out final speech, just a gradual fading, a quiet shrinking of the person everyone knew. Watching that happen to someone so young, so recently healthy, felt cruel in a way that's hard to explain. There was no sense to it, no fairness, no lesson. She was gone before anyone had time to accept that she was dying. When she died, it felt like the ground dropped out from under everyone. Not because death was unexpected at that point, but because it had come so fast that there was no emotional preparation, no slow adjustment, just impact. The family was devastated. Her brother, the guy my friend was dating, was changed by it in a way that never fully healed. Grief didn't come in waves for him. It came like a constant pressure, something that sat on his chest and never quite lifted. He had lost his sister, but he had also lost his sense of how the world worked. Because how do you trust a world where someone can go from fine to gone in 8 weeks? There was anger too, not loud anger, quiet, directionless anger, the kind that comes from knowing there was nothing to fight against. No enemy you could punch, no system you could blame, just bad luck and biology and timing. My friend eventually drifted away from that relationship, not because of anything dramatic or cruel, but because grief changes people. It reshapes priorities, it creates distance, even when no one wants it to. They were both young, both hurting, and both trying to survive something that had no roadmap. But the story stayed with her, and it stayed with me. What haunts me most is how ordinary it all started. A headache, a doctor's visit, a test ordered just to be safe. We're taught to believe that catching things early gives you a fighting chance, that awareness equals survival, that medicine has answers if you act fast enough. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the timeline is brutally short, no matter what you do. There is something deeply unsettling about how quickly life can collapse, how fragile the illusion of time really is. We plan in years, careers, families, futures, but reality doesn't owe us that kind of pacing. I've had clean laundry sitting in a basket longer than that entire illness lasted. That comparison sounds strange, but it's true. Life drags in some ways and disappears in others. We put off phone calls, We delay plans. We assume there will be time later. And then you hear a story like this, and it rearranges how you think about everything. She didn't do anything wrong. She wasn't reckless. She wasn't unhealthy. She didn't ignore symptoms. She didn't delay care. She did everything right. And still, there was nothing anyone could do. That's the part people don't like to talk about. We like stories where effort matters, where early detection saves the day, where strength and positivity and medicine win. Those stories make us feel safe. This one doesn't. This one says that sometimes life just ends. Quickly, quietly, without warning, watching someone that young go through hospice strips away a lot of comforting lies. It forces you to see how thin the line really is between normal life and end of life. How arbitrary that line can be. How little control we actually have. It also changes how you look at time. 2 months became everything. 2 months became the entire story. Everything before felt like a prologue. Everything after felt like fallout. And in the middle was a blur of hospital visits, medical terms, whispered conversations, and the slow realization that hope was no longer part of the equation. Her family didn't get years to adjust. They didn't get a gradual goodbye. They got a countdown they never asked for. And when it was over, the world didn't stop. People went back to work. Stores stayed open. Life continued, indifferent and unchanged, while theirs had been permanently altered. That contrast is brutal. It's been years now, and I still think about her sometimes, about how quickly she disappeared from the world, about how someone can be here fully alive and then simply not be in the span of a season. I think about how many things we assume are guaranteed. Tomorrow, next year, old age. None of them are. Stories like this don't make you fearless. They make you aware. They make you hold people a little closer. They make you hesitate before postponing something that matters. They make you realize that time isn't something you earn by being careful or good. It's something you're given, and it can be taken back without explanation. She was 30 years old, healthy, loved, active, and gone in 2 months. There was nothing heroic about it, nothing meaningful to extract. Just a family shattered, a relationship altered, and a reminder that life doesn't always give you a chance to prepare. That's what stays with me. Not the medical details, not the timelines, but the speed. The unfairness, the way something so massive entered quietly through a headache and erased someone's entire future before anyone could catch their breath. It's a reminder that we live on borrowed time, whether we like that idea or not. And sometimes the only thing we can do is be present, be kind, and understand that even the most ordinary days are not promised. Because sometimes a life can end faster than the laundry ever gets put away. This is one of those stories that's almost impossible to think about without feeling sick. It's brutal in a way that doesn't come from malice or cruelty, but from how fast and unforgiving machinery can be when one small thing goes wrong. It's the kind of accident that reminds you how thin the line is between a normal workday and absolute horror. It happened during harvest season, the kind of time when everyone is exhausted, working long hours, trying to beat the weather and keep things moving. Corn harvesters are massive machines, loud, powerful, and designed to tear through acres of crops without slowing down. When everything is running smoothly, they're impressive. When something goes wrong, they're deadly. The harvester got plugged up. That's not unusual. Corn stalks, husks, debris, moisture, all of it can clog the machine. It's something farmers and workers deal with regularly. Normally, the process is straightforward. You shut the machine down, wait for everything to stop moving, and clear the blockage by hand or with tools. That's what this guy did. He climbed out of the harvester to clear the clog. The machine was standing still. From the outside, it looked shut down, quiet, safe. He was focused on the task, probably thinking about getting things running again as quickly as possible so they could keep going. What he didn't realize was that his coworker didn't know the machine was plugged. From the coworker's perspective, the harvester was just sitting there, not moving. Maybe he assumed it had stalled. Maybe he thought it had been shut off accidentally. Maybe he was tired and not thinking clearly. Whatever the reason, he didn't check. He didn't see the other man inside the machine. He climbed in and turned it on. It only took a few seconds. That's all it takes with machinery like that. There's no hesitation, no gradual buildup. When a corn harvester starts, it starts with full force. Blades, rollers, augers, all of it comes. Alive at once, designed to shred plant matter instantly. A few seconds later, a red mush came out of the harvester. That phrase alone is horrifying, but it doesn't even begin to capture what really happened. The man inside never had a chance. There was no time to scream, no time to escape, no time for anyone to realize what was happening and stop it. He was ripped apart and blown through the machine like he was part of the crop. The violence of it was absolute. And the worst part is who saw it. His girlfriend was there. She was on the tractor next to the harvester, close enough to see everything, close enough to realize what was happening as it happened. She watched the man she loved be torn to pieces and expelled into the trailer like waste. There is no way to prepare for something like that. One moment, you're working alongside someone you care about, doing a normal job, thinking about nothing more than finishing the day. The next, you're witnessing something so traumatic that it rewires your brain forever. That image doesn't fade. It doesn't soften with time. It becomes something you carry, whether you want to or not. The shock alone must have been overwhelming. The sound of the machine, the sudden realization, the helplessness of knowing there was nothing that could be done, no way to undo it, no way to save him. Just the aftermath, immediate and irreversible. I never heard anything about them after that. I don't know how his girlfriend coped with what she saw. I don't know how his family survived the loss, or how the coworker lived with knowing what he had done, even if it was an accident. I don't know if anyone ever truly recovered, because how could you? Accidents like this don't just kill one person. They ripple outward. They destroy relationships, memories, futures. They leave scars on everyone involved, especially the ones who witnessed it firsthand. What makes it even harder to accept is how preventable it feels in hindsight. A check, a shout, a lockout procedure, one extra moment of communication. Any of those could have changed the outcome. But hindsight doesn't matter when everything happens in seconds. This wasn't violence driven by anger or cruelty. It was routine work, routine assumptions, and a moment of miscommunication that ended a life in the most brutal way imaginable. It's a reminder that some of the most horrifying deaths don't come from evil intent. They come from ordinary days, ordinary jobs, and machines that don't care who's in their way. And for the people left behind, especially the ones who saw it happen, there's no clean ending, just a before and an after, separated by a few seconds that can never be taken back. I think about that girlfriend sometimes, even though I never knew her. I wonder how you move on after seeing something like that, how you sleep, how you hear loud machinery again without reliving it, how you carry that image and still try to live a normal life. I don't know the answers. All I know is that some accidents are so violent, so sudden, that they don't just end a life. They permanently change everyone who was close enough to witness them. And that's what makes this story so hard to forget. When I was 8, my babysitter was gone for weeks. She lived 2 houses down, and I played with her younger brother a lot, so I knew she wasn't home yet. In a neighborhood like ours, everyone knew everyone, and the rhythm of the street felt off without her there. She wasn't just the person who watched me when my parents went out. She was a cool, older presence that I looked up to, someone who bridged the gap between the world of children and the mysterious world of teenagers. I spent my afternoons in her backyard, running around with her little brother, but my eyes were always darting toward her bedroom window or the driveway, hoping to see her car pull in or see her wave from the porch. But the days turned into weeks, and the house down the street remained strangely quiet. I kept asking about her. I would nag my mom while she was cooking dinner, or pester the babysitter's mother when I was over at their house. The answer was always the same, rehearsed and tight-lipped. Her mom would just say she's still on vacation. At 8 years old, I had a vague concept of time, but even I knew that vacations didn't usually last forever. We knew she was leaving for a week, a simple getaway with friends to relax and have fun. That was the plan everyone had talked about. But as the second week bled into the third, the atmosphere changed. I could sense the tension in the adults' voices. My mom was getting worried about her because it had been much longer than anyone had anticipated. There were hushed phone calls late at night and worried glances exchanged over the fence in the backyard. The vacation excuse was starting to wear thin, even to a child's ears. She finally came home and had these weird marks all over her body that my childhood self didn't understand. I remember the day vividly. The air was thick with a strange mixture of relief and heavy silence. My mom told me we were going over to see her, but she warned me to be quiet and polite. When we walked into her living room, the blinds were drawn, letting in only slivers of afternoon light. She was sitting on the sofa, looking smaller than I remembered. She offered a weak smile, but her movements were stiff and careful, like she was made of glass that had already shattered and been glued back together. Her arms and neck were covered in these strange, discolored patches and lines. To my innocent eyes, they looked like angry scribbles or bad bruises from a fall, but there was a pattern to them that unsettled me. She then sat us down and explained what had happened to her. She looked at my mother first, a silent question passing between them, and with my mom's permission, she turned to me. She didn't want to hide it. She wanted me to know why she wouldn't be around anymore. She began to speak, her voice trembling but steadying as she went on. She told us she had been on vacation with her friend. I knew who she was talking about. He was a guy she had known for a while, someone she trusted enough to travel with. He was a male and much bigger than her, a friend she thought would protect her, not harm her. They had rented a cabin somewhere secluded and peaceful, far away from the noise of the city. It was supposed to be a time of laughter and relaxation, but that trust was the first thing to be broken. She told us that the nightmare started when she was asleep. She woke up one night to him fondling her. The confusion must have been paralyzing at first. The foggy transition from sleep to a reality that didn't make sense. Her friend, the person she trusted, was violating her space and her safety. She fought back. Even as she told the story, sitting there on her parents' couch, I could see the flash of spirit in her eyes. She hadn't just let it happen. She struggled against him, trying to push him away, trying to scream, trying to make him stop. But the physical difference was too great. He was overpowering, and her resistance only seemed to fuel a dark, monstrous rage within him. He raped her. It was a violence that my 8-year-old mind couldn't fully process, but I understood that something sacred had been stolen from her. The horror didn't end there. In his frenzy, he pulled out a weapon. He stabbed her over 30 times. It is a number that is hard to comprehend even now as an adult, over 30 times. The sheer brutality of it, the duration of the attack, implies a level of hatred and madness that is terrifying to think about. After the assault, when she was bleeding and broken, he didn't just leave. He dragged her body limp and battered and locked her in a closet. She was naked, stripped of her dignity and her defenses, left in the dark to die. He closed the door, sealing her in with the smell of her own blood and the overwhelming silence of the cabin. He assumed she would bleed out in that small, dark space. He left her there like she was nothing, discarded trash to be found days or weeks later. But she didn't die. She lay there in the darkness, listening. She forced herself to stay awake, fighting the urge to slip into the unconsciousness that beckoned her. She needed to be sure. She waited until she heard no sounds in the cabin. She listened for the heavy footsteps to stop, for the door to slam, for the engine of a car to fade away into the distance. Only when the silence was absolute did she dare to move. The pain must have been excruciating, every slight movement pulling at the dozens of stab wounds covering her body. She knew she couldn't turn the handle or pick the lock. She had to use force she didn't think she had left. She managed to barge down the closet door, throwing her weight against it. The impact was severe. She told us she ended up breaking her collarbone in the process. I can't imagine the agony of that. A broken bone on top of 30 stab wounds, but the adrenaline of survival pushed her past the threshold of pain. She stumbled out of the closet and into the main room of the cabin, hoping to find a phone or her clothes. But the room was empty. He had robbed her. Everything she had was gone. Her wallet, her keys, her phone, and even her clothes were missing. He had taken everything in a cruel attempt to erase her, or perhaps just to make her escape impossible. She was alone, injured and completely exposed. Desperate and shivering, she looked for anything to cover herself. She could only wrap herself in the bloody sheet from the bed where she'd been raped and stabbed. It was a horrific cloak, heavy with the evidence of the crime, but it was the only shield she had against the elements. She ran outside. The fresh air hit her face, a sharp contrast to the stifling air of the closet, but she wasn't safe yet. The cabin was isolated. She stumbled toward the road, her bare feet moving over rough ground, every step a battle. She tried to flag down cars. This part of the story always breaks my heart the most. She was standing there, a survivor, pleading for help, wrapped in a blood-soaked sheet. You would think people would stop immediately, but fear is a powerful thing. Many passed her, panicking upon seeing this horrific sight. Drivers saw a woman covered in blood, looking like something out of a horror movie, and their instinct was to look away, to speed up, to protect themselves from whatever nightmare she represented. She watched taillight after taillight fade into the distance, feeling hope drain away with each passing car. Finally, salvation came in the form of a stranger. A man in a van stopped. He saw her not as a threat, but as a human being in desperate need. He slowed down and let her in. I remember her telling this part with a tremble in her voice. It was a gamble. She had just been brutalized by a man she knew and trusted. Getting into a vehicle with a complete stranger, a man in a van, required a level of courage that is hard to quantify. She passed out on the way to the hospital, her body finally giving up the fight once she knew she wasn't alone anymore. But that man got her safely there. I've always been so grateful for that. I often think about that stranger. He could have made things worse if he too had been a monster. He could have taken advantage of her vulnerability. Instead, he drove her to the emergency room and ensured she got the help she needed. He saved her life just as much as she saved herself. She was in the hospital for several days. The doctors had to stitch up the dozens of wounds, treat the broken collarbone, and run rape kits. It was a grueling process of physical recovery, made harder by the legal storm that followed. She had to wait in the area for the legal wranglings, giving statements to the police while still in her hospital bed. They didn't let the monster get away, though. They found her friend, who did it within a week, if I recall correctly. He was caught, perhaps thinking she was dead, perhaps thinking he had gotten away with the perfect crime. He was wrong. Her survival was the testimony that put him away. As she finished the story, the room felt incredibly heavy. My mom was crying silently, holding my hand so tight it hurt. I looked at my babysitter with new eyes. Those weird marks on her body that I didn't understand before suddenly made sense. They were stab wounds that were still healing. She had waited until most of the bruising had disappeared to come talk to us. She wanted to look somewhat normal, to not scare us more than necessary. She came to explain why she wouldn't be babysitting us anymore. She needed time to heal, physically and mentally. She couldn't be responsible for children when she was fighting so hard, just to keep herself together. She eventually moved away to start fresh, and I grew up. But those stab wounds, man. I still vividly remember what those looked like almost 30 years later. They weren't just scars, they were a map of survival. I remember the jagged lines on her arms where she had raised them to protect her face. I remember the dark patches on her neck. Even as an 8-year-old who couldn't fully grasp the magnitude of rape or attempted murder, I understood pain. I understood that monsters were real, but I also learned that they could be beaten. I learned that the girl who lived 2 houses down, the one who played tag and braided hair, was the strongest person I would ever meet. The image of her sitting on that couch, broken but breathing, telling her story so we would understand, is burned into my memory forever. It was a loss of innocence for me, but it was a lesson in resilience that has stayed with me for 3 decades. Years ago, something happened that still feels unreal no matter how much time has passed. It's one of those stories that doesn't fade, no matter how many times you replay it in your head, because it makes absolutely no sense. There was no warning, no obvious signs, no clear reason, just a level of cruelty that still leaves me shaking my head all these years later. A friend of mine lived on the main floor of a house, and it was a place we spent a lot of time. It was comfortable, familiar, and always felt safe. We would go over there to hang out, watch TV, drink, talk, and just relax. It was one of those houses where people came and went, where nothing ever felt tense or strange. In the basement of that same house lived a guy and his girlfriend. They rented the lower level, completely separate from the main floor. From time to time, they would come upstairs and hang out with us. They were friendly, easygoing, and seemed normal in every way. We joked together, shared drinks, and talked like any group of people getting to know each other. There was nothing about them that stood out as alarming. No red flags, no odd behavior, nothing that would make you think something was wrong. They seemed like a regular couple. The guy worked a normal job. He was quiet but friendly. His girlfriend was outgoing, playful, and affectionate toward him. They looked happy together, at least on the surface. If there were problems between them, none of us saw it. If there were warning signs, they were hidden well. Then one night, everything changed. The guy in the basement came home from work like he always did. It was an ordinary night, no arguments, no tension that anyone noticed. His girlfriend greeted him, and things seemed normal at first. Then she suggested something different. She told him she wanted to try some role play. She wanted to tie him to the bed. He trusted her. That's the part that's hardest to think about. He didn't hesitate. He didn't question her motives. Why would he? She was his girlfriend, someone he cared about, someone he believed loved him. He agreed, assuming it was just something playful, something intimate between the two of them. She tied him to the bed. He was completely restrained, arms and legs bound, unable to move, completely vulnerable. She climbed on top of him and started kissing him. For a moment, everything probably felt normal to him, intimate, safe, familiar. There was no reason for him to feel afraid yet. Then suddenly, She stopped. She didn't say anything. She didn't explain. She just stood up and walked away from the bed. That alone would have been confusing. Maybe he thought it was part of the role play. Maybe he thought she was teasing him. He was still tied up, waiting, trusting that she would come back. Instead, she walked to the closet, and she opened the door. Inside the closet was another man, her new boyfriend, someone she had already decided to run away with, someone she had been hiding, literally in the same room. Before the guy tied to the bed could even process what was happening, the man from the closet attacked him. He stabbed him over and over again, around 15 times, in the chest, the stomach, the neck, the face, places meant to kill, places meant to ensure he wouldn't survive, and he couldn't fight back. He couldn't defend himself. He was tied to the bed, completely helpless, watching his life being taken away by two people he trusted or had never even known existed. What makes it even harder to understand is that there was no clear reason for it, no explanation that makes sense. They wanted to be together, yes, but why did that mean he had to die? Why wasn't leaving enough? Why wasn't breaking up enough? Why did it have to be this violent, this calculated, this cruel? After the attack, they didn't call for help. They didn't untie him. They didn't show remorse. They left him there, bleeding, tied to his bed, assuming he would die. Then they ran. They walked away from the house, from the scene, from the destruction they had just caused, and disappeared. Somehow, against all odds, he didn't die. He was severely injured, losing blood, in unimaginable pain, but he was alive, and somehow he managed to make noise. He screamed, he yelled, he did whatever he could to be heard. Later, when my friend came home, he heard the yelling coming from the basement. At first, he probably thought it was an argument or something minor, but the sound didn't stop. It was desperate, panicked, wrong. So he went downstairs. What he found was something no one should ever have to see. The basement neighbor was still tied to the bed, covered in blood, barely alive. The room was a horror scene. Blood everywhere. The realization of what had happened hit all at once. There was no confusion anymore. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a fight gone wrong. This was a deliberate attempt to murder someone. Emergency services were called. Immediately, paramedics arrived. Police followed. The house that had always felt safe was suddenly filled with flashing lights, sirens, chaos, and shock. Everything changed in a matter of minutes. The victim survived, but his life was forever altered, physically and emotionally. No one goes through something like that and comes out unchanged. The betrayal alone was devastating. The pain, the fear, the knowledge that someone he trusted had planned his death. For everyone involved, it was traumatic. For my friend who discovered him. For the people who lived in that house. For everyone who had spent time with that couple, believing they were normal, harmless people. The girl and her new boyfriend were caught a few days later. They didn't get away with it. Justice caught up to them. But even that didn't make the situation feel resolved. It didn't erase what happened. It didn't explain why they made the choices they did. That's the part that still doesn't sit right. There was no reason. No argument that escalated. No moment of rage that spiraled out of control. This wasn't a crime of passion in the way people usually think of it. It was planned. It was staged. It was cold. She set him up. She used intimacy and trust as a weapon. She made sure he couldn't fight back. And then she let someone else do the violence. That level of malice is hard to comprehend. Even now, years later, it's difficult to believe that something so horrific happened in such an ordinary place, involving people who seemed so normal. It's a reminder of how little we sometimes know about the people around us, how someone can laugh with you one day and be capable of something monstrous the next. It changed the way I think about trust. It changed the way I think about relationships. It changed the way I think about how evil can hide behind familiarity. The fact that he survived is nothing short of a miracle. The fact that they were caught brought some measure of justice. But the damage done that night can never be undone. For the victim, for the people who found him, for everyone who knew them and had to reconcile the image they had with the reality of what those two people were capable of. Even now, when I think about it, it feels unreal, like something out of a movie, but it wasn't fiction, it was real life, real people, real pain, and that's what makes it so disturbing, because it proves that sometimes the most horrifying things don't come from strangers in dark alleys. Sometimes they come from the people you sit with, joke with, and trust. Sometimes they come from behind closed doors, in places that feel safe, carried out by people who look just like everyone else. It's still hard to believe all these years later, but it happened. This is one of those stories that sounds unreal when you first hear it, but the more you think about it, the more horrifying it becomes. It comes from a time when workplace safety was very different from what it is today, when machines were powerful, unforgiving, and often poorly designed by modern standards. Back in the 1950s, commercial bakeries used massive dough mixing machines that were far larger and more dangerous than most people can imagine now. These mixers were enormous. Each one was roughly the size of a large bathtub, sometimes even bigger, and they could hold 600 pounds of dough or more at a time. They were built entirely of heavy metal, thick steel designed to handle constant use, weight, and pressure. Inside each mixer were large horizontal blades, 2 sets on opposite sides, rotating with tremendous force to knead and mix the dough evenly. Once those blades were moving, they didn't slow down easily. The machines were designed to be efficient, not safe. There were no modern safeguards, no automatic shutoffs, no sensors to detect movement or obstruction. The on and off switch was mounted on top of the machine, high enough that a worker had to climb or lean over the opening to reach it. To remove the finished dough, the entire mixing basin could be lifted using a hydraulic system, tilting it so the dough could be dumped out. In theory, it worked well. In practice, it was extremely dangerous. The bakery ran on shifts. One baker would come in late at night, around 10 p.m., to start the dough mixing process. His job was to get the dough prepared so that everything would be ready by the time the next workers arrived early in the morning. 2 more bakers were scheduled to come in about 4 hours later to continue the work and prepare the bread for baking. On one particular morning, those 2 bakers arrived as usual. When they walked into the bakery, everything seemed normal at first. The machines were running. The mixers were active, churning dough just like they were supposed to. The sound of heavy machinery filled the room, steady and loud, exactly what they expected to hear. But something felt off. The baker who was supposed to be there before them was nowhere to be found. His coat wasn't hanging where it should have been. His things weren't where he usually left them. They called out his name, assuming he might be in another part of the building, maybe taking a break or working on something else. There was no answer. At first, they probably assumed he had stepped out for a moment. Maybe he was in the restroom, maybe he had gone outside. But as time passed, concern started to creep in. The machines were still running, and that wasn't normal. Usually, the first baker would shut them down or at least be nearby when the next shift arrived. They began checking each mixer one by one. That's when they noticed something wrong with one of the batches of dough. Instead of the normal pale, off-white color of raw bread dough, this batch had a strange pink tint to it. It wasn't bright red, but it was unmistakably discolored. At first, they might not have understood what they were seeing. Dough can look different depending on ingredients, lighting, or mixing time. But this was different. This was wrong. Then they saw fabric, an apron, bits of clothing mixed into the dough. That was the moment realization hit them. The baker from the night shift hadn't just gone missing. He hadn't stepped outside. He hadn't gone home early. He was in the machine. The only explanation that made sense was that he had slipped while trying to turn off the mixer. To reach the switch, he would have had to lean over the opening. If he lost his balance even slightly, there was nothing to stop him from falling in. Once inside, there was no escape. The blades would have pulled him under instantly. The machine wouldn't have stopped. Those mixers were powerful enough to knead hundreds of pounds of dense dough without slowing down. A human body would not have triggered any kind of resistance or shutdown. It would have been torn apart and fully incorporated into the dough as the blades continued to turn. By the time anyone realized something was wrong, there was nothing left to save. The man was completely mixed into the dough. There was no body to recover, no remains in the way people normally understand them. He had been reduced to fragments so small that separating them from the dough was impossible. The bakery was shut down immediately. Authorities were called, investigations followed, but there was no undoing what had happened. No way to make it right. No way to give the man's family the closure they deserved. That might be the most heartbreaking part of the story. His family couldn't even bury him normally. There was no body to lay to rest, no coffin, no final viewing, no chance to say goodbye in a way that brings even a small amount of peace. All they had was the knowledge of how he died, and the understanding that his final moments were likely filled with terror and pain. In the 1950s, stories like this weren't unheard of. Industrial accidents were far more common, especially in factories, mills, and bakeries, where large machines operated continuously. Safety regulations were minimal. Workers were expected to be careful, but machines were not designed to protect them if something went wrong. This incident became one of many that eventually led to changes in workplace safety laws. Over time, machines were redesigned. Emergency shutoff switches were added. Guards and covers became standard. Lockout procedures were introduced to prevent machines from running while being serviced. But those changes came too late for the man who lost his life that night. What makes the story so disturbing isn't just the violence of the accident, but how ordinary the situation was. He wasn't doing anything reckless. He wasn't ignoring rules. He was doing his job, the same job he had likely done countless times before. One slip, one moment of lost balance, and his life ended in one of the most horrifying ways imaginable. It also forces you to think about how invisible these dangers were to the people working around them. The machines were loud, powerful, and constant. Workers grew used to them. They trusted them. They depended on them. And that familiarity made them even more dangerous. The image of the pink dough stayed with the people who found it. It's the kind of thing you can't unsee. A subtle detail that carries an unbearable truth. Something that looks almost normal at first glance, but becomes horrifying once you understand what it means. Even decades later, the story still circulates among bakers, factory workers, and safety inspectors as a grim reminder of why regulations exist. It's told quietly, seriously, without exaggeration, because the truth alone is more than enough. A man went to work one night expecting to do his job and go home. He never left. He was swallowed by a machine that didn't care, didn't stop, and didn't even notice. And his family was left with nothing but the knowledge of how completely he was taken. It's hard to imagine a more senseless way to die. Harder still to imagine living with that knowledge as someone who loved him. The story stands as one of the most chilling examples of how dangerous early industrial work could be, and how easily a normal shift could turn into an unthinkable tragedy. All because of a machine, a moment, and a world that hadn't yet learned how to protect the people who kept it running. I still remember how unreal this whole thing felt. because it started so quietly and then exploded into something I never thought I would be connected to, even indirectly. It's one of those experiences that permanently changes how you see your town, your classmates, and the idea of normal. I knew this kid from my pre-calculus class. I'll call him Frank. We weren't friends, not even close, but we shared a classroom, and that alone makes someone feel familiar. You see them several times a week, hear them answer questions, complain about homework, joke with friends. They become part of the background of your daily life. Frank was a pretty normal kid, at least on the surface. He wasn't quiet or withdrawn. He wasn't awkward or strange. If anything, he was fairly popular. People liked him. He had friends, a social life, and didn't stand out in any negative way. He was just another student trying to get through school like everyone else. Nothing about him set off alarms. At some point, rumors started circulating about something that had happened during a sleepover or a night he spent with a friend. I didn't know the details, and honestly, I didn't pay much attention at first. High school is full of rumors, and most of them are exaggerated or completely made up. From what I heard, Frank had some kind of episode. That's how people described it. Something intense, something frightening. His friend apparently said it was terrifying to witness, but rumors stayed vague. No one seemed to know exactly what happened, and since I wasn't close to Frank, it didn't feel like my place to dig into it. It became one of those things people whispered about briefly and then moved on from. Life went on. Then one afternoon, after I got home from school, my phone rang. It was my friend Kate. Her family is deeply involved in emergency services. They volunteer with the fire department, ambulance work, and other first responder roles. Because of that, Kate often heard about serious incidents before the rest of us did. She sounded serious. She told me that something big was going on in our town. She didn't give details right away, just that there were emergency crews everywhere and that it was serious. My first instinct was panic. I asked if everything was okay, if anyone was hurt, if I needed to worry about my family. She told me I was fine, that I wasn't involved, that I didn't need to do anything. But the way she said it made my stomach drop. Later that day, I went over to Kate's house. By then, the tension was thick. Her family was clearly shaken. When she finally told me what had happened, it felt like the air left the room. There had been a murder in our town. That alone was enough to rattle me. Things like that just didn't happen where we lived. This wasn't a big city. It wasn't a place you associated with violent crime. It was the kind of town where people felt safe walking at night, where neighbors waved to each other, where the biggest news stories were usually about school events or local sports. A murder felt impossible. I remember feeling uneasy but still detached, like it was tragic but distant. I didn't yet understand how close it was to my own life. That night, I got a text from another friend, and everything shifted. They told me that Frank was the one who had committed the murder. I stared at my phone for a long time before it really sank in. I reread the message, hoping I had misunderstood, hoping it was someone else with the same name, hoping it was another rumor that would turn out to be wrong, but it wasn't. Frank had murdered his own mother. It happened during another episode similar to the one people had whispered about earlier. This time, though, it ended in the worst possible way. The details were horrifying, but what hit me hardest wasn't the violence itself. It was the disconnect. The complete inability to reconcile the Frank I had seen in class with the person who had done this. It felt unreal in the truest sense of the word. This wasn't some abstract news story from another state or another country. This wasn't a name I had never heard before. This was someone I had shared a classroom with, someone I had seen laugh, talk, and exist like any other teenager. You always hear about murders happening somewhere else, on the news, in documentaries, in podcasts. They feel distant, almost fictional, because they don't touch your immediate world. You never expect them to happen in your town. You definitely never expect them to involve someone you recognize, even if you barely know them. For a while, everything felt off. School didn't feel the same. Walking into class felt strange, knowing that Frank's desk would be empty. People talked about it constantly, but always in hushed voices. Teachers avoided the subject. Students speculated, shared rumors, tried to piece together what had happened. There was shock. But there was also confusion. How could this happen? How could someone who seemed so normal do something so horrific? As more information came out, it became clear that Frank had severe mental health issues. He eventually pled insane and was sent to a state mental hospital instead of prison. Legally, he was deemed not responsible, in the same way a fully sane person would be. That didn't make it easier to process. If anything, it made it more complicated. On one hand, there was sympathy. Mental illness is real, and severe episodes can completely detach someone from reality. On the other hand, there was the undeniable fact that someone had lost their life. His mother was gone. A family was destroyed. A community was shaken. There was no clean way to feel about it. The only time I've seen Frank since before the murder was on television. His sentencing was recorded and clips of it were shown on the news. Seeing his face again after everything that had happened was surreal. He looked different, but also the same. Familiar features, but behind them was something broken, something unreachable. It was disturbing to realize that the next time I saw him, it wasn't in a classroom or hallway, but on a screen tied to one of the worst crimes our town had ever seen. I don't know if or when he'll ever be released. I don't know what kind of life he could possibly live if he were. That question haunts me more than I expected. What happens to someone like that? How do you reintegrate into a world that knows what you did? How do you live with that knowledge yourself? How does anyone trust you again, even if the crime happened during a mental break? And what about the people around him? The friends who slept over at his house, the classmates who joked with him, the teachers who taught him, the neighbors who waved hello. All of us were forced to confront a terrifying truth. You don't always know what's happening inside someone's head. You can sit next to someone every day and have no idea they're struggling with something that severe. You can laugh with someone, study with them, see them as just another person, and still be completely unaware of how close they are to losing control. For a long time after, I found myself questioning everyone around me, not in a paranoid way, but in a quiet, unsettling way. I started noticing behaviors more, mood shifts, strange comments, moments of anger or detachment that I might have ignored before. It wasn't that I thought everyone was dangerous. It was that I realized how little we truly know about the people we interact with. That realization stays with you. What made it especially disheartening was how fast everything changed. One day, Frank was just another kid in pre-calc. The next, he was a name tied to a murder investigation, a face on the news, a case file, a tragedy. There was no gradual transition, no warning siren that everyone could hear, just a sudden, irreversible break between before and after. Even now, years later, I think about it sometimes, about how fragile normal life really is, about how quickly it can collapse, about how the idea of "this doesn't happen here" is an illusion we cling to until it's shattered. I also think about Frank's mother. She wasn't just a headline. She was a person, a parent, someone who raised a child and likely never imagined her life would end that way. That part often gets lost when people focus on the shock of the crime itself. And I think about Frank, too, in a complicated, uncomfortable way. Not to excuse what he did, but to acknowledge how tragic the entire situation was. A young life lost. Another young life permanently destroyed. A family erased. A town left trying to understand something that doesn't have a satisfying explanation. There are no lessons that make this easier to accept. No moral that neatly wraps it up. All it really taught me was how unpredictable people can be, and how dangerous it is to assume that familiarity equals understanding. Just because someone seems normal, popular, or well-liked doesn't mean you know what they're dealing with internally. It also taught me how deeply events like this can affect you, even when you're not directly involved. I barely knew Frank, yet the impact of what he did stayed with me for years. It changed how I think about safety, about mental health, and about the invisible struggles people carry. I don't know what Frank's future looks like. I don't know if he'll ever be released. I don't know if he'll ever be stable enough to live outside a hospital. And honestly, I don't know how I'd feel if I saw him again in person. All I know is that this was the moment I truly understood that terrible things don't just happen out there. Sometimes they happen right next to you, in your class, on your street, in your town. And once you realize that, you never quite see the world the same way again. On the 6th of August, 1998, something deeply disturbing happened in the small village of Bocinja, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bocinja was a quiet place, the kind of village where people knew each other and where the scars of the recent war were still fresh but mostly unspoken. The Bosnian War had officially ended only a few years earlier, but its impact was everywhere. The country was still fractured emotionally and socially after the breakup of Yugoslavia and the wave of nationalism and hatred that followed. The man at the center of this story was Edin Gacic. He was widely seen as a product of the war itself. Like many others, he had been shaped by violence, ideology, and years of chaos. He was a religious fanatic and a nationalist, deeply influenced by extremist beliefs that had taken root during the conflict. Those beliefs would eventually fuel a series of brutal crimes. That day in August 1998, Gacic killed Ismet Gunic in Bocinja. Gunic was a member of El Mudahid, a subdivision of the Bosnian army that had gained a notorious reputation during the war. The group was associated with ethnic cleansing and war crimes, and its legacy remains deeply controversial and painful, even decades later. Gacic himself had also been a member of this same subdivision, which made the killing even more complex and disturbing. When Gacic was arrested and put on trial, he did not show remorse in any meaningful way. In court, he gave rambling justifications for the murder, claiming that he wanted to assert dominance. The judges did not accept his explanations. In 1999, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison with mandatory psychiatric treatment. The court recognized that he was dangerous and unstable, but still believed he was criminally responsible for his actions. Despite this, in 2002, he became eligible for parole. After being released, he went to visit his mother in the city of Zenica. What happened next shocked even those who were already familiar with his past. During that visit, Gacic shot his own mother twice and killed her. There was no warning, no known argument that could explain it. It was another act of cold, senseless violence. He attempted to flee the country afterward, but his escape did not last long. He was captured on a train in Montenegro shortly after the murder. This time, the court sentenced him to 20 years in prison on 2 counts of manslaughter. Once again, psychiatric issues were acknowledged, but they did not prevent a long sentence. Even so, the story did not end there. In 2017, after serving 2/3 of his sentence, Edin Gacic was released from prison. His release caused quiet fear among those who knew his history, but there was little public attention at first. He disappeared into the background, keeping a low profile. On social media, he created a new identity, posing as a tour guide under the alias Abu Enis bin Muharrem. On Facebook, he appeared harmless, blending in among religious and travel-related content. His real identity remained hidden, at least for a while. That disguise did not stop him from killing again. On the 4th of February 2019, he murdered a man who was a father of 3 children. The killing sent shockwaves through the country. Once his identity was discovered, panic spread quickly. People realized that a man with a long history of violence, who should never have been free, was now on the run. A nationwide manhunt was launched. During this time, Gottschalk proved once again how dangerous he was. While fleeing, he encountered police in the small town of Tarchin. In that encounter, he killed a police officer. The murder of an officer intensified the search and raised the stakes even higher. Entire regions were on alert. Roads were monitored. Armed patrols were deployed. For days, the country watched and waited. On the 12th of February 2019, the manhunt finally ended. Gottschalk was located and confronted by police. A clash followed, and during that confrontation, he was killed. His death brought relief, but not closure. Too many lives had already been destroyed. Too many chances had been given. In the end, there was nothing heroic or meaningful about his death. No one came to his funeral. There were no mourners, no speeches, no prayers spoken in his name. He left behind no legacy except fear, grief, and unanswered questions about how someone so clearly dangerous was allowed to walk free more than once. His life became a grim example of how war, extremism, untreated trauma, and failed systems can combine into something truly catastrophic. For many people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, his story is not just about one man. It is about the long shadow of the Bosnian War, the unresolved wounds left by the breakup of Yugoslavia, and the way violence can echo for decades if it is not confronted properly. Gottschalk did not appear out of nowhere. He was shaped by a time when hatred was normalized and human life was cheap. And in the end, he died exactly as he lived, alone. If these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. This happened in Australia in the 1980s, long before I was old enough to understand what it really meant. And for most of my childhood, it existed only as a lie I was told to protect me. It wasn't a ghost story or a rumor passed around by strangers. It was something that happened to my own mother, something so violent and unreal that even now it feels like it belongs in a horror movie rather than real life. Back then, my mother was young and restless, the way a lot of people are when they're trying to figure out who they are and where they belong. She and her boyfriend at the time were traveling around the country together, moving from place to place, living cheaply, working odd jobs, and enjoying the freedom that comes with not being tied down. Australia is massive, and in those days it was easier to disappear into it. You could drive for hours without seeing anyone, sleep wherever you found a spot, and meet people who felt like they existed completely outside of normal life. At one point during their travels, they ended up in a rural coastal area of Western Australia. It was beautiful in that raw, untouched way. Open land, ocean air, quiet nights, and long days. They were staying somewhere simple, nothing fancy, just a place to sleep and cook. To make a bit of money and get by, they were picking berries, something a lot of travelers did back then. That's where they met him. He seemed normal, friendly, easy to talk to. Just another guy passing through or living nearby. There was nothing about him that stood out as threatening. No strange behavior, no warning signs, no sense of danger. He chatted with them while they worked, laughed, and seemed genuinely pleasant. The kind of person you wouldn't think twice about trusting. At some point, they invited him back to where they were staying. It didn't feel reckless at the time. This was the 1980s in a quiet rural area surrounded by open land and ocean. People were more trusting. Travelers often shared meals, stories, and drinks with strangers. It was part of the culture. So they had a barbecue, cooked food, had a couple of beers, and talked into the evening. Everything felt relaxed and normal. There was no tension, no unease. As the night went on, it got late. Eventually, my mother and her boyfriend said goodnight and went off to bed. Their new friend left, or at least they believed he did. The night settled back into silence, the kind of deep quiet you only get far away from cities. No traffic, no voices, just darkness and the sound of the wind or the distant ocean. My mother fell asleep. Sometime later, she woke up. At first, it wasn't fear that woke her, it was pain. A deep, sharp pain in her back that didn't make sense. She was confused, half asleep, trying to understand why her body hurt so badly. She rolled over, still not fully awake, expecting to see her boyfriend or maybe thinking she had slept wrong. Instead, she saw a silhouette standing over her. The room was dark, but she could make out the shape of a person, someone standing too close, someone who shouldn't have been there. Before she could scream or even fully process what she was seeing, the figure raised its index finger to its mouth and whispered, "Shh, you're dying. Shh, you're dying." Those words alone are horrifying enough, but they weren't spoken by a stranger hiding in the shadows. They were spoken by the man they had shared food and drinks with just hours earlier. The nice guy they had met while picking berries. The man they had trusted. He had a hunting knife. By the time my mother fully understood what was happening, it was already too late to stop it. He had stabbed her 7 times. The pain in her back wasn't imagined. It was real and it was catastrophic. Her boyfriend had been stabbed even more times, over 10. The attack was sudden, brutal, and completely senseless. My mother's lungs were filling with blood. Every breath became harder than the last. She couldn't scream properly. She couldn't fight back. She was drowning from the inside, choking on her own blood, lying in the dark while the man who did this stood over her in a strange, detached state. He wasn't raging. He wasn't yelling. He was calm, empty, like he wasn't fully there. She begged him to call an ambulance. She pleaded with him, struggling to breathe, knowing she was dying if nothing changed. Somehow, something in her voice, or the reality of what he had done, broke through whatever was happening in his mind. He snapped out of it. The psychotic episode ended as abruptly as it had begun, and then, just like that, he called for help. An ambulance came. How they survived is something that still feels unreal. With the number of stab wounds, the blood loss, the damage to their bodies, survival shouldn't have been possible. But somehow, both my mother and her boyfriend lived. Doctors worked on them, stabilized them, and pulled them back from the edge of death. Physically, they healed. But nothing about that night ever truly went away. When I was a child, I knew my mother had scars on her back. Long, noticeable scars that didn't match any simple accident. I used to ask her about them, the way kids do, curious and innocent. She always told me the same thing, that she had fallen onto barbed wire. It was an easy explanation, one that didn't raise questions, one that didn't invite fear. I accepted it. As a kid, you trust what your parents tell you. You don't look for deeper meanings. You don't imagine that the person who tucks you into bed once lay bleeding in the dark while a man whispered that she was dying. It wasn't until I was 16 that she told me the truth. By then, I was old enough to understand violence, fear, and how fragile life really is. She sat me down and explained what had actually happened. She told me about traveling around Australia, about picking berries, about the barbecue, about waking up in pain, about the silhouette, about the whisper. Hearing it as a teenager was like having the ground pulled out from under me. Suddenly, those scars weren't just marks on her skin. They were evidence of something monstrous. Proof that my existence could have ended before it ever began. Proof that randomness and trust can collide in the worst possible way. What stayed with me the most wasn't just the attack itself, but how ordinary it all started. There was no dark alley, no obvious danger, just a friendly conversation, shared food, a normal night. It shattered the idea that danger always announces itself. Sometimes it smiles at you, eats with you, and waits until you're asleep. My mother doesn't talk about it often. When she does, she keeps it factual, controlled. But you can tell it never left her. Experiences like that don't fade. They settle into you. They change the way you see people, the way you trust, the way you sleep. For years, she carried that story alone so I could have a normal childhood. She chose to lie about the scars so I wouldn't grow up afraid of the world. Only when she believed I was ready did she tell me the truth. Even now, knowing she survived, knowing she went on to live her life, have a family and raise me, the story still feels unreal. The image of someone standing over her in the dark, whispering those words, is something I wish I had never had to imagine. But it's real. It happened. And every time I think about how easily that night could have ended differently, how close I came to never existing at all, it sends a cold feeling through me. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of how thin the line is between safety and horror. Sometimes the scariest stories aren't the ones that feel supernatural. They're the ones that actually happened. My dad has a friend named Gordon, and for most of my life he was just a name that came up now and then in conversation. He wasn't someone I saw often, and when I did, he seemed like a quiet, ordinary man. The kind of person who blended into the background, polite, calm, not someone you would ever imagine had lived through something truly horrific. If you met him without knowing his past, you would never guess what had happened to him. Before all of that, Gordon was a geologist. His work took him to places most people will never see in their lifetime. Remote regions, harsh landscapes, places where nature still completely dominates, and humans are just temporary visitors. One of those places was the Arctic. Vast stretches of frozen land, endless horizons, silence broken only by wind and the occasional animal. It was dangerous work, but it was the kind of danger that becomes normal when you do it long enough. You prepare, you take precautions, and you trust your experience. On the day it happened, Gordon was out collecting samples. This wasn't unusual. He had done this countless times before. He had his equipment, his truck nearby, and a plan for the day. There was nothing about that morning that suggested it would be any different from the others. No warning signs. No bad feeling that he could remember. Just another day in a place where you learn to respect the environment and hope it respects you back. At some point, everything went wrong. A grizzly bear attacked him. There was no dramatic buildup, no chance to react in any meaningful way. One moment he was focused on his work, and the next he was being mauled by an animal far stronger and faster than any human. Grizzlies are not like the bears people imagine from cartoons or documentaries watched from the safety of a couch. They are massive, powerful, and terrifyingly efficient when they decide to attack. Gordon doesn't remember much about the initial attack itself. Trauma has a way of breaking memory into fragments, and his mind did what it had to do to survive. What he does remember is pain, confusion, and the overwhelming sense that he was completely helpless. The bear tore into him using claws and teeth with a force that the human body is not built to withstand. At some point, Gordon lost consciousness. When he woke up, he didn't understand where he was at first. Everything felt wrong. His body was heavy, his head was throbbing, and he couldn't see clearly. There was dirt in his mouth, in his nose, in his eyes. Leaves were pressed against his skin. The smell was overpowering, sharp, and animal. It took him a few seconds to realize what had happened. The bear hadn't left him. Instead, it had done something far worse. The grizzly had dug a shallow depression in the ground, a kind of crude pit, and had dragged Gordon into it. The bear was in the process of burying him, covering him with dirt, leaves, and debris. And not just that. The bear had urinated on him. This wasn't random behavior. This was instinct. Grizzly bears cache their food. When they kill something they don't intend to eat immediately, they bury it to come back to later. The urine marks it, claiming it as theirs, warning other animals to stay away. Gordon, barely alive, was being treated as stored meat. Imagine waking up to that realization. Imagine realizing you are not just injured, but that a massive predator believes you are already dead, or close enough to it that it doesn't matter. Imagine understanding in that moment that the animal intends to come back and finish eating you later. Gordon tried to move and pain exploded through his body. Still, survival instinct took over. He tried to climb out of the hole. His movements were slow and weak, but he forced himself upward, using what strength he had left. That's when the bear reacted. The grizzly was still there. It hadn't wandered off. It hadn't gone far. It was close enough to notice immediately. Gordon barely had time to register its presence before it was on him again. The bear grabbed him by the head. Not his arm, not his torso, his head. The force was unimaginable. The bear cracked his skull like it was nothing. Gordon felt it, a sickening pressure and then a blinding pain. And then the bear threw him back into the hole, like discarding something unimportant, like tossing away an object. Once again, Gordon lost consciousness. When he came to the second time, he was even worse off. His head injury was severe. Blood was everywhere. His scalp had been torn so badly that it was hanging down over his eye, partially blocking his vision. He was disoriented, weak, and in agony, but somehow he was still alive, and he knew something important. If he stayed there, he would die. He didn't know where the bear was at that moment. He didn't know if it was watching him, waiting for him to move again. But he knew that his truck was somewhere nearby. Not close enough to see clearly, but close enough that if he could reach it, there was a chance. A small chance, but a chance all the same. So he made a decision that most people will never have to make. He tried to climb out of the hole again. This time, he didn't wait. He didn't hesitate. He didn't look around to see if the bear was still there. He couldn't afford to. His vision was limited. His head was splitting open, and every second mattered. He pulled himself out of the depression using pure desperation and adrenaline. Once he was out, he ran. He didn't know if the grizzly was behind him. He didn't turn around to check. He later said that the thought of seeing the bear again was worse than the thought of being attacked from behind. So he ran blind, stumbling, bleeding, barely able to see where he was going. His scalp was hanging over his eye, flapping with each step. Blood was running down his face, soaking his clothes. His body was screaming at him to stop, but his mind refused to listen. He focused on one thing only: the truck. Somehow he reached it. He doesn't remember opening the door. He doesn't remember getting inside. He only remembers that at some point he was no longer out in the open. From there, he made his way to a highway. How long it took, how he managed to drive in that condition, and how he didn't pass out again are things even he can't fully explain. Eventually, he reached a place where other people were. Help arrived. Gordon survived. Doctors later told him how close he had come to dying. His injuries were severe. The head trauma alone should have killed him. The fact that he survived being attacked, cached, attacked again, and then still managed to escape is something that borders on unbelievable. Most people don't survive a single grizzly attack. Almost no one survives being treated as food and buried twice. That's the part that stays with me the most. He was cached twice. The bear believed he was dead twice. And twice, Gordon proved it wrong. When my dad tells this story, he doesn't dramatize it. He doesn't raise his voice or add unnecessary details. He tells it plainly, almost quietly, like someone describing a bad storm they once lived through. But every time I hear it, I can't help but imagine what that must have been like. The fear, the pain, the absolute isolation of being injured in a frozen wilderness with a predator that sees you as nothing more than meat. Gordon doesn't talk about it much himself. When he does, he doesn't dwell on emotions. He sticks to facts. But you can see it in his eyes sometimes, that distant look people get when they've seen something that changed them permanently. Experiences like that don't leave you unchanged. They carve something into you. I think about how thin the line was between life and death for him. How a shift in the wind, a slightly stronger blow, or a moment of hesitation could have ended everything. I think about how nature doesn't care about plans, careers, or families. Out there, survival is all that matters. And I think about how, against all odds, Gordon walked away. Not untouched, not unscarred, but alive. Most people will never understand what it means to be hunted, buried, and left for dead by something that sees you as food. Gordon does. And somehow he lived to tell the story. This is one of those stories that never really leaves you, especially when it involves someone you actually knew, someone who walked the same hallways you did and felt like part of the same small world. It's the kind of thing that makes everything feel less safe afterward, even places you used to think of as neutral or harmless. The kid went to my school. He wasn't a stranger on the news or a name in a headline. He was someone people recognized. Someone who had classes, friends, routines. He had an ex-girlfriend, like a lot of teenagers do, and they were still in contact. At some point, he agreed to sell her his phone. It seemed simple enough. A normal, everyday interaction. Nothing about it sounded dangerous. They agreed to meet at the public library. That alone made it feel safe. A library. A public place. Somewhere people assume nothing truly bad will happen. He probably thought the same thing. If anything went wrong, there would be people around, staff, cameras, witnesses. It didn't feel like a risk. When he got there, though, things weren't what he expected. His ex-girlfriend wasn't alone. She was there with her new boyfriend. What happened next was fast and brutal. They attacked him right there, stabbing him repeatedly in the neck. Not once. Not twice. Over and over. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a fight that got out of hand. It was an ambush, deliberate and violent. Before anyone could really react, they forced him into their car. From there, it only got worse. They drove him out of town, to a field just outside the city limits. Somewhere isolated, somewhere quiet, somewhere no one would hear him screaming or see what they were doing. They beat him there, continuing the assault, as if the stabbing hadn't already been enough. Then they tried to set him on fire. That detail is the one that turns your stomach the most. The idea that someone could still be alive, injured, terrified, and then have fire added to the horror. But for some reason, he wouldn't light. Whether it was the conditions, the materials, or sheer bad luck for them, it didn't work. Instead of stopping, instead of realizing how far they had already gone, they escalated. They called a friend. They asked him to bring gasoline. While they were waiting, the kid tried to run. Even after everything he had been through, stabbed, beaten, bleeding, he still tried to escape. That alone says so much about the human instinct to survive, about how strong that drive can be, even when the body is failing. They caught him. They ran him over with their car. When the friend arrived with the gas can, the situation crossed into something almost impossible to comprehend. At that point, it wasn't just rage or panic. It was cruelty layered on top of cruelty. They poured gasoline on him. they set him on fire, and then they ran him over again. That's when he finally died. Reading that sentence doesn't feel real even now. It feels like something from a horror movie, something exaggerated and unreal. But this wasn't fiction. This happened to someone from my school, someone who probably woke up that day thinking he was just going to sell a phone and move on with his life. Afterward, the kids involved didn't turn themselves in. They ran. They hid out in a larger town, thinking distance would protect them, thinking they could disappear into somewhere bigger, somewhere anonymous. For a short time, they did exactly that. What ended it wasn't guilt from the main attackers. It was the friend, the kid who had been called to bring the gasoline. Something about that moment broke through whatever denial or fear he was living in. Maybe it was the reality of what he had helped enable. Maybe it was panic. Maybe it was the weight of knowing he was now part of something unforgivable. Whatever it was, he turned them in. That's how they were caught. When the story spread, it hit the school like a shockwave. People didn't know how to talk about it. Some refused to believe it at first. Others couldn't stop talking about it, replaying the details over and over, trying to make sense of something that didn't make sense at all. The library didn't feel the same afterward. Neither did breakups, or meeting up with people you used to trust, or the idea that public places automatically mean safety. It shattered the illusion that violence is always random or distant, something that happens somewhere else to someone else. What stays with me the most is how ordinary it all started. A phone sale, an ex, a public place, normal teenage life, and how it ended with unimaginable brutality. It's a reminder of how quickly things can turn, how trust can be weaponized, and how cruelty doesn't always look monstrous at first. Sometimes it looks familiar. Sometimes it looks like people you already know. That's the part that really messes with you. Not just that something so horrific happened, but that it happened so close to home, to someone who was supposed to be safe, doing something completely normal. And once you know that, the world never quite feels the same again. When my parents and I came to the United States in the 1990s, everything in our lives changed at once. A new country, a new language, a new culture, and a completely new environment. I was still a kid, young enough that most things felt confusing but also exciting. I didn't fully understand what was happening, only that we had left behind everything familiar and were starting over somewhere far away. We moved into an apartment complex not long after arriving. It wasn't anything special, just a group of plain buildings similar to many others you see in older neighborhoods. To me, it was simply our new home. I didn't think much about it at first. I was more focused on adjusting to school, making sense of English, and trying to feel normal in a place where everything felt different. It didn't take long, though, before I started hearing stories. The people who already lived there talked a lot. Neighbors would chat in hallways, outside near the parking lot, or while checking mail. That's where I first heard the rumors. They said the apartments were haunted. They talked about strange noises at night, shadows moving where no one should be, and a general feeling that something wasn't right. The story that came up the most was about a woman in white. People claimed they had seen her walking around the complex late at night, drifting through hallways or across the courtyard. As a kid, those stories scared me. They stuck in my head more than I wanted them to. At the same time, I tried to act like I didn't care. I told myself they were just stories, things people made up to entertain themselves or scare each other. I didn't want to be the kid who believed in ghosts. So even though the rumors bothered me, I pushed them aside and didn't give them much thought. At least, that's what I told myself. Within the first few months of living there, things started happening. Small things at first. Easy to dismiss if you didn't think too hard about them. But each experience added another layer of unease. even if I didn't fully understand it at the time. One of the first things I remember happened during the day. That's important because it wasn't late at night, and I wasn't half asleep. I was fully awake. I was lying on my bed, just resting. My bed didn't have a headboard, so there was a small gap between the top of the mattress and the wall. Nothing unusual about that. I had been lying there for a while, doing nothing in particular. Suddenly, my pillow moved. Not slowly, not like it slipped or fell. It was pushed upward from underneath the bed, hard enough that it felt deliberate. It was exactly like someone had punched it from below. The movement was sudden and forceful. I felt it clearly. I sat up immediately, my heart jumping. I leaned over and looked down, expecting to see something. Maybe my brother messing with me. Maybe something had fallen, but there was nothing. No hands, no objects, nothing under the bed at all. I just, sat there, confused. I remember feeling puzzled more than scared at that moment. My brain tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe the mattress shifted. Maybe I imagined it. But the movement had been too strong, too specific. Still, I didn't tell anyone. I brushed it off and moved on, telling myself it was probably nothing. Another incident happened at night while I was washing dishes. The kitchen lights were on and everything felt normal. I was standing at the sink, focused on what I was doing. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. That feeling you get when you sense someone watching you. It's subtle, but unmistakable. Your body reacts before your mind does. I slowly turned my head to the left. Standing there was a figure that looked exactly like my dad. For a brief moment, I felt relief. I assumed he had walked in quietly and was just standing there. But the second I fully turned to look at him, the figure vanished. It didn't walk away. It didn't fade slowly. It disappeared instantly, like it had never been there at all. I stood frozen, staring at the empty space. My heart started racing. I turned off the water and went to find my dad. I found him in the living room, sitting on the couch, watching TV. He hadn't moved. He hadn't been in the kitchen. There was no way it could have been him. I didn't know what to think. I didn't tell him what I saw. I didn't want to sound crazy, and I didn't want to scare myself even more by talking about it. So once again, I kept it to myself. The most terrifying experience happened at night while I was sleeping. I shared a room with my brother and we slept on the same bed. That alone usually made me feel safer. Having someone else there made the dark less intimidating. That night, I fell asleep like normal. I don't know how long I had been asleep when it happened. I woke up suddenly. Something was grabbing my foot. The grip wasn't gentle. It was firm enough that there was no doubt in my mind that something was holding me. My entire body tensed up instantly. Fear shot through me before I even had time to think. I pulled my foot away. A second later, it grabbed me again. That was when panic fully set in. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst. I felt trapped in my own body. I didn't scream. I couldn't. Fear locked my throat. Instead, I curled up into a fetal position, pulling my legs close to my chest. I started hyperventilating, trying to breathe quietly so I wouldn't draw attention to myself. I didn't know what to do. Eventually, I forced myself to move just enough to wake my brother. I didn't tell him what happened. I was too scared to say it out loud. Instead, I asked him some random, meaningless question, something stupid, just to hear his voice and confirm that I wasn't alone. He answered sleepily, clearly annoyed at being woken up. He said he was tired and rolled over, falling back asleep almost immediately. Not long after, somehow, I fell asleep too. Looking back, that part unsettles me the most. The fact that I was so terrified, and yet my body still shut down from exhaustion. Fear didn't keep me awake forever. Eventually, sleep came, whether I wanted it or not. Other things happened over time. Not always physical, but always strange. Shadows where there shouldn't be shadows. The feeling of being watched when no one was there. Sounds that didn't have a clear source. Nothing dramatic enough to point to one single explanation, but enough to make me uneasy. Enough to make the apartment feel different from any other place I had lived. At the time, I didn't analyze any of it. I was a kid. Kids accept things more easily than adults do. They don't always question reality the same way. Strange experiences don't automatically mean something supernatural to a child. They're just part of life. Weird, confusing, but not something you sit down and logically dissect. So I grew up. We eventually moved away from that apartment complex. Life went on. School, friends, responsibilities. Those experiences faded into the background of my memory. I didn't think about them often. When I did, I told myself they were probably just childhood imagination. Fear mixed with stories I had heard from neighbors. That explanation was comfortable. It allowed me to move on. But time has a way of changing perspective. Now, as an adult, I look back on those experiences differently, with a more developed mind, with logic, skepticism, and a better understanding of how fear and memory work. And yet, even with all that, I can't fully explain what happened in that apartment. The pillow being pushed wasn't a dream. I was awake. The figure that looked like my dad wasn't a trick of darkness. The kitchen was lit. The hand grabbing my foot wasn't sleep paralysis. I was able to move, react, and wake my brother. Individually, maybe each event could be explained away. Together they form a pattern that's harder to ignore. What really stands out to me now is how consistent the feeling was. That sense that something else was there. Not always visible, not always active, but present. Like the apartment itself carried something with it. Something that didn't belong. When I think about the stories I heard when we first moved in, about the woman in white and the strange sightings, I can't help but wonder if those people were experiencing the same things in their own ways. Maybe they saw what I felt. Maybe they felt what I couldn't see. I don't know what caused it. I don't know who or what was responsible. I don't claim to have answers. All I know is that those experiences felt real, and they stayed with me long after we left. As a child, I didn't label it. As an adult, I can say this with confidence. The apartment we lived in was absolutely haunted. I was around 24 years old when this happened, old enough to think I had already seen enough of life to not be easily shaken. I wasn't reckless, but I also wasn't especially sensitive. I had seen accidents before, heard sirens, passed by scenes that made other people slow down and stare. I was always the kind of person who kept walking. I never liked looking. It felt invasive, like witnessing someone else's worst moment without permission. So I trained myself not to stare, not to slow down, not to let those images stick in my head. That day started out completely normal. I was at a friend's house, just hanging out, nothing special planned. At some point, we decided to go get coffee. There was a really nice coffee place about 5 blocks away from his house, the kind of place you don't mind walking to, especially on a decent day. We both had our dogs with us, and it seemed like a good excuse to take them out for a walk at the same time. No rush, no stress, just a casual walk for coffee. We headed out, dogs on leashes, talking about nothing important. The kind of conversation you don't even remember later. The streets were familiar, calm, and quiet, in that everyday way that makes you feel safe. Nothing felt off. Nothing felt heavy. About a block before we reached the coffee shop, I noticed something ahead of us. There had clearly been a car accident right at the corner where the coffee place was. Even from a distance, I could tell. There was an SUV stopped awkwardly, and a police car parked nearby. No flashing chaos, no ambulances screaming in yet, just enough to signal that something had happened. Normally, that would have been my cue to look away. I don't slow down for accidents. I don't stare. I don't want those images in my head. I've always believed that once you see something like that, it never really leaves you, so I usually keep my eyes forward and my pace steady. This time, though, it didn't look that bad. At least, not from where we were. There was no wreckage scattered everywhere, no obvious signs of something horrific. It looked contained, manageable, almost calm. So we kept walking. As we got closer, I started to notice more details. The SUV was stopped at an odd angle, and the police car was parked close by, blocking part of the street. There was also a Domino's Pizza motorcycle nearby. That stood out to me immediately. It wasn't lying flat the way you'd expect after a serious crash. It was just there, close to the SUV, like it had been placed there rather than violently thrown. And then I saw him, the delivery driver. He was alive. That fact alone is something that still feels strange to say, because of where he was. He was trapped between the SUV's wheel and the body of the car, not under it in the way you might imagine, not pinned flat. He was wedged into a space that didn't seem physically possible, the kind of space where a human body simply should not fit. Honestly, it looked like a place where not even a dog could squeeze into, let alone a grown man. But he was there, alive. Half of his body was twisted unnaturally, and one of his legs was bent up near his head in a way that made my stomach drop instantly. It wasn't gore in the dramatic sense. There wasn't blood everywhere. That almost made it worse. His body was intact enough that your brain tried to understand how it had ended up like that, and it couldn't. I stopped walking without realizing I had stopped. Time slowed down in that way it does when your brain is trying to process something it isn't prepared for. I remember thinking that it must have just happened, that they were waiting for more help to arrive. There was no ambulance yet, no crowd of emergency responders, just a policeman nearby, watching the scene, probably making sure no one interfered. What haunts me the most isn't just the position of the man's body, it's the faces. I remember the delivery driver's face clearly, too clearly. His eyes were open. He wasn't screaming, but there was pain there, shock, confusion, the kind of expression you see when someone hasn't yet fully understood what has happened to them, but knows something is terribly wrong. I remember the driver of the SUV, too. His face was pale, frozen, like he had already gone somewhere else mentally. The kind of look people get when they know their life has just split into a before and an after. I remember the policeman's face as well. Calm, controlled, but heavy, like someone doing their job while carrying the weight of the moment quietly. I remember every single detail, the way the street looked, the angle of the vehicles, the stillness of the scene. Even the sound around us felt muted, like the world had decided to hold its breath. My dogs were calm, unaware of what they were standing next to. That contrast alone made my chest feel tight. I didn't want to be looking, but I couldn't look away. There was something deeply unsettling about the fact that he was alive in that position. Death would have made it easier to process, in a strange, uncomfortable way. But this was worse. This was a human being caught in a moment where survival and death were still undecided. A moment stretched thin, fragile, and terrifying. I remember feeling a sudden wave of guilt for being there at all, for seeing it, for being a witness when I had no right to be. I felt like I was intruding on something sacred and awful at the same time. Someone else's pain, someone else's worst day, burned into my memory without permission. Eventually, we moved on. I don't remember exactly how. I don't remember what my friend said, if anything. I don't remember if we even got the coffee. If we did, I don't remember drinking it. The rest of that day feels blurred, like my mind decided it wasn't important enough to keep once that image had taken up so much space. What stayed with me was the scene. I replayed it in my head later that night. The impossible angle of his body, the way his leg was near his head, the fact that he was conscious, alive, trapped, waiting. I wondered what happened to him after we left, whether he survived, whether he ever walked again, whether he remembered the faces of strangers who saw him like that. I never found out, and maybe that's part of why it still bothers me. Since that day, nothing about accidents feels neutral anymore. Whenever I see flashing lights ahead, whenever I notice traffic slowing down for something on the side of the road, my body reacts before my mind does. My eyes instinctively turn away. My pace quickens. I don't look. I still don't look. Not because I'm afraid of blood or chaos, but because I know what a single image can do. I know how one moment, one glance, can carve itself into your memory and stay there forever. I know how easy it is to accidentally carry someone else's trauma with you for the rest of your life. That man on the motorcycle didn't choose to be seen like that. He didn't choose for strangers to remember him at his most vulnerable, twisted into a space no human body should ever occupy. And I didn't choose to see it, but I did. That image lives somewhere in my mind now, untouched by time. I can still see his face if I let myself. I can still see the driver, the officer, the street corner, all of it, frozen. So now, when there's an accident, I keep walking. Not because I don't care, but because I care enough to know that some things, once seen, can never be unseen. This story still gives me chills every time I think about it, even now, years later. It's one of those things that stays with you, not because it's loud or dramatic, but because of how quiet and deliberate it all was. The kind of tragedy that unfolds slowly behind closed doors, while the rest of the world keeps moving like nothing is wrong. It happened in September of 2017. From the outside, the family looked completely normal. A father, a mother, and their 6-year-old son. Nothing about them stood out in a way that would make anyone suspicious. They lived in an apartment like thousands of other families. They had routines, responsibilities, and plans. The kind of life that blends into the background of everyday society. At the beginning of September, the little boy was registered into school. That alone should have been a sign of a future, of plans being made, of a life moving forward. School registration is usually a hopeful moment for parents. It's the start of something new, a milestone. No one could have imagined that it would also be one of the last normal things this family ever did. Shortly after that, the father and the boy disappeared. At first, no one panicked. The mother had taken the first few days of September off work, officially listed as time off for a family occasion. That didn't raise any alarms. People take time off all the time, especially around big moments like starting school. It seemed reasonable. There was no immediate reason for co-workers or neighbors to worry when she wasn't answering calls or showing up. Silence at first didn't feel dangerous, but then the days passed. The mother wasn't heard from. No messages, no calls, no updates. Still, that alone might not have been enough to trigger concern. Some people like privacy. Some families go away without telling many people. Life can get busy. What changed everything was her father. Her father was a retired police officer, a man who had spent his life learning to notice patterns, to trust his instincts, and to recognize when something wasn't right. When he tried to reach his daughter and couldn't, that instinct kicked in. He didn't immediately assume the worst, but he didn't ignore it either. He went to check on her. When he arrived at the apartment building, something immediately felt wrong. Her car was parked out front, exactly where it always was. That alone wouldn't have meant much if it had been there for a day. But it had been there for days. It hadn't moved. No one had driven it. No one had gone anywhere. For a retired cop, that detail mattered. He tried again to contact her. Nothing. No answer. No response. Just silence. That's when concern turned into fear. Using his old connections, he contacted former colleagues. He explained the situation, his concerns, and what he had observed. They agreed that something wasn't right. Arrangements were made to enter the apartment. When they broke in, what they found was something no parent should ever have to see. The mother was in the bathtub. She was still alive when they found her, but barely. She had cut her veins deeply. The scene was horrifying, not just because of the physical reality of it, but because of the timing. They had arrived just moments too late to save her. She was taking her last breaths as they found her. There was nothing they could do. She died there in the bathtub, in her own home. As devastating as that discovery was, it wasn't the end of the nightmare. In some ways, it was only the beginning. They found a suicide note. The note was written calmly, deliberately. There was no chaos in her words, no rambling, no confusion. That in itself made it even more disturbing. She wrote that she and her husband could not bear the thought of raising their child in this world. She believed the world was coming to an end, that everything was doomed, that there was no future worth living through. It wasn't written like a moment of panic. It was written like a conclusion. She spoke about the state of the world, about fear, about hopelessness, about how she believed she was protecting her child from something far worse than death. It was the kind of thinking that feels impossible to understand unless you are deep inside it. Logic twisted into something unrecognizable by despair and delusion. And then there was something else. Along with the note, she had drawn a map, not a vague sketch, not a confusing scribble, a clear map pointing to an exact location near the city, in the woods. She had marked the spot carefully, intentionally, as if she knew that eventually someone would need to find them. That map led to the bodies of her husband and her son. Using the map, authorities went to the location she had indicated. It wasn't far from the city, but it was secluded enough that no one would stumble across it by accident. Deep enough into the woods that it felt hidden, but not so remote that it would be impossible to reach. There, they found them. The father and the 6-year-old boy were lying together. According to local gossip and reports that circulated afterward, they were covered with blankets, arranged as if they were sleeping, not thrown away, not left carelessly, carefully placed, deliberately tucked in. That detail alone is enough to haunt anyone who hears it. They weren't posed like victims of violence. They were posed like loved ones being put to bed. The cause of death was poisoning. There were no signs of struggle, no evidence that the child had fought back, no chaos at the scene. Everything suggested that it had been done quietly, calmly, as if the parents believed in their own twisted way that they were doing something gentle, something merciful. That idea is almost harder to process than outright brutality. The father was there too. Whether he agreed with the plan, whether he was coerced, whether he believed the same things as his wife, or whether he was poisoned without knowing what was happening is something no one can say for certain. That question hangs over the entire story like a shadow. Did he believe the world was ending too? Did he think he was saving his son? Or did he trust his wife and follow her into something he didn't fully understand? Those answers died with them. What makes this story especially disturbing is how planned it all was. This wasn't a sudden breakdown. This wasn't a moment of uncontrollable rage. Everything points to days, maybe weeks, of preparation. Time taken to think, to decide, to commit. The mother took time off work under the excuse of a family occasion. The boy had just been registered into school, as if life was continuing normally. The father and son disappeared quietly. The mother stayed behind, long enough to write the note, draw the map, and then end her own life. Each step feels intentional, and that's what makes it so terrifying. There were no warning signs obvious enough for outsiders to intervene. No dramatic cries for help. No public breakdowns. Just a family that appeared normal until it suddenly wasn't. After the news broke, people talked. Neighbors, co-workers, locals, everyone tried to make sense of it. Rumors spread as they always do. Some said the parents were obsessed with apocalyptic ideas. Others claimed they had fallen into extreme beliefs about the end of the world. Some said the signs were there if people had only looked closely enough. But hindsight is always clearer. The truth is, most people never see these things coming. Mental illness, fear, and delusion can hide behind normal routines. People can smile, go to work, talk about school registration, and still be unraveling inside. What stays with me the most is the image of that child. 6 years old, just starting school, just beginning to understand the world, too young to question the adults around him, too young to understand fear on that scale, trusting the people who were supposed to protect him more than anyone else, in the world, covered with a blanket, as if sleeping. That image alone is enough to make your stomach turn. And then there's the mother's father, a retired cop who spent his life protecting others, only to be unable to save his own family. The pain he must have felt finding his daughter like that, and then knowing what she had done, is impossible to fully imagine. No amount of training prepares you for that kind of loss. This story doesn't scare me in the way ghost stories do. It doesn't rely on shadows or whispers or things that go bump in the night. It scares me because it's real, because it shows how fragile the human mind can be, how fear, when left unchecked, can turn love into something unrecognizable. It reminds me that sometimes the most horrifying things don't come from monsters or the supernatural. They come from people who believe with absolute certainty that they are doing the right thing. Even now, years later, thinking about it sends a cold feeling through me. The quiet planning, the note, the map, the blankets, the belief that the world was ending and that death was the only escape. It's the kind of story that makes you pause and look at the people around you differently, makes you wonder what battles are being fought silently behind closed doors, makes you realize how important it is to take fear, despair, and hopelessness seriously when you see it in others, because sometimes by the time the truth comes out, it's already far too late. This is one of those stories that makes anger sit heavy in your chest long after you hear it. Not the kind of anger that flares up and fades, but the kind that stays quiet and bitter because nothing about what happened feels fair. No matter how many times you think about it, the outcome never makes sense. It happened in Ontario, Canada, in 2015. The man at the center of it all was the son of a very wealthy family. His parents owned a successful business in Toronto, the kind of family that never has to worry about money, connections, or consequences in the same way most people do. He had grown up with comfort, opportunity, and protection. Doors opened easily for him. Mistakes were softened. Life, for him, had always had a safety net. That year, he was about to get married. Like many people with money, his bachelor party wasn't a simple night out with friends. It was a trip to Las Vegas, private jet, alcohol flowing freely, no limits, no concern for moderation, no thought about what came next. Just indulgence, excess, and the assumption that nothing truly bad could happen. By the time the trip was over, he was heavily intoxicated. Anyone with basic common sense would have known they were in no condition to drive. Anyone with even a shred of responsibility would have arranged a ride, called someone, waited, or simply not gotten behind the wheel. But entitlement has a way of blinding people. When you grow up believing rules are flexible and consequences are negotiable, danger doesn't feel real. He landed back in Canada and went straight to his car at the airport. He got behind the wheel. He drove. What happened next destroyed multiple families forever. On the road that night was a minivan carrying a family. Inside were a grandfather, his wife, and 3 of their grandchildren. They weren't doing anything reckless. They weren't speeding. They weren't drunk. They were just a family traveling together, living their lives, unaware that someone else's selfish decision was about to end everything they knew. The crash was violent. The drunk driver slammed into the minivan with enough force to kill 3 children instantly. Their grandfather was also killed. 4 lives gone in a matter of seconds. 4 people who had plans, futures, routines, and people who loved them deeply. The grandmother survived, and that survival came with a cost that is almost impossible to comprehend. In one moment, she lost her husband and 3 of her grandchildren. Her entire immediate family gone. The parents of those children lost not only their kids, but also their father. A single crash wiped out generations of a family tree. There are no words that can properly describe that kind of loss. The aftermath was devastating. Funerals instead of birthdays, silence where laughter used to be, empty bedrooms, toys that would never be touched again, a house that suddenly felt too big and unbearably quiet, parents who would never again hear their children's voices, a wife who would never again speak to her husband, all because one man chose to drive drunk. When the case went to court, many people expected justice, or at least something close to it. After all, 4 people were dead. 3 of them were children, innocent children who had no say in the matter, no chance to protect themselves. But justice in cases like this often feels painfully small. He was sentenced to 10 years, for killing 4 people, for erasing an entire branch of a family, for leaving parents with a lifetime of grief that no sentence could ever ease. 10 years felt like nothing compared to the damage he caused. It felt like a number chosen for convenience rather than meaning. A sentence that acknowledged the crime on paper but failed to reflect the reality of the loss. In 2018, just 3 years after the crash, he applied for parole. That alone was enough to reopen wounds for the families involved. The idea that someone who had taken so much could already be asking for freedom was unbearable. Thankfully, his parole application was denied, but even that small relief was overshadowed by the knowledge that he would eventually walk free. The children would not come back. The grandfather would not come back. The family would never be whole again. And yet, the man responsible would one day return to his life, his resources, and his support system. What makes this story even harder to swallow is the imbalance, the unfairness of it all. The driver came from wealth and privilege. He had access to good lawyers. He had a family with money and influence. He had options. The victims did not. The families of those children did nothing wrong. They followed the rules. They trusted the road. They trusted that other drivers would act responsibly. That trust cost them everything. The parents of those children didn't just lose their kids. They lost their sense of safety, their belief in fairness, their ability to imagine a future without pain. Every milestone that should have been joyful became a reminder of absence. Every holiday, every birthday, every ordinary day carried the weight of who should have been there. The grandmother lost her husband and grandchildren in one instant. She survived physically, but survival doesn't mean living. It means waking up every day with memories that never fade and grief that never truly heals. And the man who caused it all, he lived. He got a sentence. He got a chance at parole. He got sympathy in some corners. That's what enrages people the most about stories like this. Not just the crime itself, but the system that seems to cushion those who already have everything. The feeling that if he had been poor, unknown, or without connections, the outcome might have been different. Drunk driving is not an accident. It's a decision to ignore reality, a decision to prioritize convenience over safety, a decision to believe that nothing bad will happen, or that if it does, it won't be that bad. In this case, that decision wiped out 4 lives and shattered many more. Calling him an entitled rich jerk doesn't even begin to cover it. Entitlement is believing you deserve more than others. This was worse. This was a complete disregard for human life. A belief that the rules didn't apply to him, and that even if they did, the consequences wouldn't be severe enough to matter. Stories like this linger because they force us to confront uncomfortable truths. That wealth can soften punishment. That justice is not always proportional to harm. That the people who suffer the most are often the ones who had no power at all. It also forces us to think about how fragile life really is. How one reckless choice can ripple outward, destroying people who had nothing to do with it. How a single night of excess can leave decades of grief behind. There is no lesson here that hasn't already been said 1,000 times. Don't drink and drive. Take responsibility, think about others. But hearing those words doesn't bring back 3 children or a grandfather. It doesn't heal the parents or the widow. It doesn't undo the damage. All that remains is the anger, the sadness, the knowledge that this never should have happened, and the haunting reality that it will probably happen again because someone else will make the same selfish choice, believing they are untouchable. That's what makes this story so hard to forget. Not just the loss, but the injustice of it all. The imbalance between what was taken and what was given in return. 4 lives for 10 years. No sentence will ever be enough. In my hometown back in the 1970s, there was a story that everyone seemed to know, even if no one liked to talk about it out loud. It was one of those things that lived quietly in the background of the town's memory, passed along in hushed voices, usually when people were talking about how different things used to be, or how dangerous the world could be beneath its calm surface. I didn't hear it all at once. I heard it in pieces over time, until the full weight of it finally settled in. It started as an ordinary errand. 2 young sisters, both still very young, drove into town to go to the local grocery store. They were just going to pick up some milk. Nothing unusual, nothing risky. It was the kind of small task people did every day without thinking twice. In a small town, especially back then, it felt safe. People trusted their neighbors. People trusted the roads. Girls could run errands without fear being part of the calculation. They parked their car and went inside the store. While they were shopping, something had already gone wrong. 2 men had slashed their tires while they were inside. The sisters didn't know that yet. They came back out, groceries in hand, expecting to get in their car and drive home. Instead, they found the tires ruined, flat, useless, stranding them right there in the parking lot. That alone would have been frightening, but before they had time to fully understand what had happened, the men appeared. They were waiting. They approached the sisters and offered them a ride home. They acted helpful, calm, normal. They knew exactly what they were doing. The sisters were young, shaken, and suddenly stuck. This was before cell phones, before easy ways to call for help. They were vulnerable, and the men took advantage of that vulnerability. The sisters accepted the ride. That decision, made under pressure and fear, changed everything. Instead of driving them home, the men drove them out of town, far out of town, more than 20 miles away, toward a lake. The farther they went, the more isolated the road became. Trees replaced buildings. Darkness replaced familiarity. By the time the sisters realized they weren't going home, it was already too late. What happened to them out there was brutal. The men raped both sisters. There is no way to soften that word, and no reason to try. It was violence in its purest form, an act meant to dominate, to destroy. to take something that could never be given back. The sisters were terrified, powerless, and completely at the mercy of people who saw them as nothing more than objects. Afterward, the men decided to make sure there would be no witnesses. They drove the sisters to a dam with an extremely high bridge, the kind of bridge that makes your stomach drop just looking down from it. The water below was dark and cold. The drop was deadly. They threw the sisters over the bridge. They left them there, believing they had killed them. For most people, that would have been the end of the story. 2 young lives erased. Another tragedy buried under time and silence. But this story didn't end the way the men expected. One of the sisters survived. She didn't escape unharmed. Her body was shattered. Her back was broken. The pain must have been unbearable. But somehow she didn't die when she hit the water. Somehow she stayed conscious enough to fight for her life. She managed to swim to shore. That alone feels almost impossible. Swimming with a broken back in cold water after everything she had already endured. Every movement must have sent pain through her body. Every breath must have felt like fire. But survival instinct is powerful, especially when death feels close enough to touch. She reached the shore and pulled herself out of the water. It was night. She was alone, injured, far from town. No shelter, no help. The cold was relentless. Hypothermia was a real threat. Her body was already in shock, and the night stretched on endlessly. What saved her, at least in part, was her long hair. When it finally dried, it helped keep her warm through the night. It sounds like a small thing, almost insignificant. But in situations like that, small things can mean the difference between life and death. She lay there, broken and exhausted, clinging to whatever warmth she could retain, waiting for morning. When daylight came, she didn't give up. Despite her injuries, she dragged herself, inch by inch, through pain that most people can't even imagine. She pulled herself toward a county road, driven by nothing but the need to survive. Her body was failing her, but her will refused to stop. Eventually, she reached the road, and then, by what can only be described as a miracle, a young couple happened to pass by. They saw her, they stopped, they helped her. If they had driven by just minutes earlier or later, she might not have been there anymore. She survived, physically at least. The town was shaken when the story came out. People couldn't believe something so horrific had happened so close to home. The sense of safety shattered overnight. Parents held their children closer. People locked their doors more carefully. Trust didn't come as easily anymore. The sister who survived became a symbol of strength to some, a reminder of horror to others. She had lived through something that should have killed her, something that would haunt anyone forever. She endured surgeries, recovery, and the long road of physical healing. But some wounds don't show up on X-rays. The trauma stayed. She carried it with her for years, decades. People often assume that surviving means winning, that once someone lives through something terrible, the story turns hopeful. But survival doesn't erase what happened. It just means you have to live with it. She lived with the memories, the fear, the pain, the knowledge of what had been taken from her. She lived with the loss of her sister, who didn't survive. She lived with the weight of being the one who made it out, while the other didn't. And then, many years later, the story took its final, devastating turn. She committed suicide, not just anywhere. She jumped from the same bridge where her life had nearly ended decades earlier, the same place where unimaginable violence had been done to her, the same place that had marked her forever. That detail is what makes the story unbearable to think about. It wasn't just an act of despair. It felt like a full circle, like the trauma had never loosened its grip, like that bridge had become a symbol of everything she couldn't escape, no matter how many years passed. People in town still talk about it, even now. Not often, not casually, But when they do, their voices drop. There's a shared understanding that this wasn't just a crime, and it wasn't just a suicide. It was the long echo of violence stretching across decades. It's a reminder that what happens to someone in a single night can shape the rest of their life. That surviving doesn't always mean healing. That some experiences leave scars so deep they never truly fade. Whenever that bridge comes up in conversation, there's a pause. People look away. Some refuse to cross it at all. Others do, but they never forget what happened there. The water below looks the same as it always has. Calm, quiet, unaware of the pain it once held. But the story remains, and it still chills people to this day. This happened when I was really young, maybe second or third grade, back in the early 1990s. That was the time when schools were very serious about teaching kids stranger danger. We had assemblies about it, talks in class, worksheets, and teachers repeating the same rules over and over. Don't talk to strangers, don't get into cars, don't tell people where you live. At that age, most of it felt abstract, like something that happened to other kids in movies or on the news, not something that would ever actually happen to me. Until it did. I was walking home from school like I had done countless times before. It wasn't a long walk, and it was a route I knew well. I felt comfortable enough doing it on my own, and my parents trusted me to get home safely. The neighborhood wasn't rough or dangerous. It was the kind of place where kids rode bikes, neighbors waved, and nothing really bad ever seemed to happen. I was just walking, probably thinking about something completely unimportant when a car pulled up next to me. It wasn't screeching tires or anything dramatic. It just slowed down and matched my pace. I looked over, and there was a young man in the driver's seat. I didn't recognize him at all. He didn't look scary in the obvious way. He wasn't yelling or acting aggressive. He just leaned slightly toward the open window and spoke to me like it was the most normal thing in the world. He asked me where I lived. That question alone flipped a switch in my head. All those lessons from school suddenly came rushing back. Stranger danger. Don't give information. Don't talk. Don't engage. I don't know why, but instead of freezing or blurting out the truth, something in me stayed calm enough to think. I lied. I pointed in the wrong direction and told him to drive straight. I don't remember exactly how confidently I said it, but I remember committing to it fully. I didn't hesitate. I didn't second-guess myself. I gave him a clear direction that had nothing to do with where I actually lived. He nodded and drove off. I watched the car until I couldn't see it anymore. The second it disappeared from view, my body reacted all at once. Adrenaline hit me like a wave. I didn't walk anymore. I ran. I took off as fast as my legs could carry me, straight down my actual street. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. I didn't even run to my own house. There was a neighbor's house closer than mine, and without thinking, I ran straight to her door. I knocked frantically, probably looking terrified. She answered, saw my face, and immediately knew something was wrong. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I told her enough for her to understand that I was scared and that a man had stopped me in his car. She didn't question it. She didn't brush it off. She walked me home herself. That walk felt completely different from the one I had been on just minutes earlier. Every sound felt louder. Every car passing by made my stomach tighten. I was hyper-aware of everything around me. When we finally reached my house, I felt a strange mix of relief and lingering fear, like my body didn't quite believe I was safe yet. As soon as I got inside, I told my dad what had happened. I had never seen my dad move like that before. The second I finished telling him, he didn't hesitate. There was no calm discussion, no slow reaction. He moved fast, purposefully. He went straight to his gun safe, unlocked it, loaded his pistol, and pulled out a shotgun. The speed alone scared me. My dad wasn't a hothead. He wasn't someone who went looking for trouble. But he also wasn't someone who would sit around and wait if he thought his kid might be in danger. The look on his face told me everything. This wasn't a drill. This wasn't an overreaction. This was a father who thought someone might be trying to hurt his child, and he was ready to do whatever he had to do to stop it. At that moment, the reality of what could have happened really hit me. The fact that the guy knew me, or at least knew enough to stop and talk to me, while I had no idea who he was, made it feel even worse. That imbalance was terrifying. I remember realizing that if things had gone differently, if I had answered honestly, if I had hesitated, the outcome could have been very different. My dad didn't go hunting anyone down, but he was absolutely prepared if that car came back. And then came the twist. It turned out the man wasn't a predator at all. He was the oldest son of one of my dad's good friends. He had been bringing over a car for my dad to look at, something they had talked about previously. He recognized me, knew who I was, and thought nothing of pulling over to ask where my dad lived. In his mind, it was harmless. Friendly even. In my mind, it had been terrifying. Once everything was explained, the immediate danger evaporated, but the intensity of the experience didn't. Even knowing the truth, my body remembered the fear, the running, the pounding heart. The image of my dad loading weapons like time mattered more than words. It wasn't a scary outcome, but the events themselves were still wild. A perfect example of how perspective changes everything. What was innocent on one side felt life-threatening on the other. After that, my family doubled down on safety. We had a secret password. It was something only family members or trusted people would know. If anyone ever came to pick me up or talk to me claiming they were sent by my parents, they had to know that password. If they didn't, I was not to go with them no matter what they said. It became one of those rules that stuck with me deeply, drilled into my brain as non-negotiable. Years passed. Life moved on. That incident faded into the background, becoming one of those childhood stories that gets brought up occasionally, but doesn't feel real anymore. I grew up, I went to college. I became an adult. The world felt different when I was the one walking around freely, making my own decisions. Then, maybe 10 or 15 years later, something happened that brought it all rushing back in the strangest way. I was in my early 20s at a party on the opposite side of the country. It was one of those gatherings with old family friends, people I hadn't seen in years, maybe even decades. Time had blurred everything together. Faces were familiar but not immediately recognizable. Names floated just out of reach. I was standing there talking to someone when a man walked up to me. He was probably in his mid-40s, definitely older than me by a good margin. I didn't recognize him at first. He smiled and said a single word. The secret password. I froze. It wasn't a common word, not something you would guess, and I hadn't heard it in years. Hearing it come out of a stranger's mouth stopped me cold. My brain scrambled to catch up with what my instincts already knew. I could trust him. The reaction was immediate and almost automatic, even though I hadn't consciously thought about that password in a long time. It was like something deep in my memory clicked into place. Then it all made sense. It was him. The kid who had nearly gotten his head blown off years earlier when he tried to talk to me from his car. He had grown up just like I had. He remembered the incident. He remembered how badly it could have gone. And he remembered the rule about the password. He told me later that when he realized who I was at the party, he knew exactly how strange it would be for a grown man to walk up to a woman in her 20s and start talking like he knew her. So he figured the safest way to break the ice was to lead with the one thing that would instantly tell me he wasn't a threat. The safe word. We laughed about it afterward, but there was something surreal about the whole moment. Two people connected by a misunderstanding from childhood, meeting again decades later, both carrying the memory of how close things had come to going very wrong. Looking back now, that experience shaped me more than I realized at the time. It taught me that fear isn't always irrational. Sometimes it's your instincts doing their job. It taught me that adults don't always think through how their actions look from a child's perspective. And it taught me the value of preparation, of having plans in place before you need them. That day could have been nothing. It also could have been everything. And the fact that it ended with a laugh years later doesn't change how real it felt in the moment. The running, the panic, the sight of my dad ready to protect me at all costs. Those things stayed with me, not as trauma, but as a reminder that sometimes doing exactly what you were taught can make all the difference. There are some stories you come across that don't just disturb you for a moment, but lodge themselves somewhere deep in your mind and refuse to leave. You can go about your day, try to distract yourself, even forget the details for a while, but the feeling they create stays with you. This is one of those stories. It's the kind of thing that changes how you look at people, how you think about cruelty, and how fragile the idea of safety really is. When I first learned about what happened to Junko Faruda, it genuinely kept me awake for days. She was a Japanese high school student, just a normal teenage girl with a life ahead of her. School, friends, plans, worries that were probably no different from anyone else her age. There was nothing about her that marked her as someone destined for horror. That's part of what makes the story so unbearable. She wasn't involved in anything dangerous. She wasn't doing anything reckless. She was just existing. She was kidnapped by boys she knew, classmates. That fact alone is deeply unsettling. Not strangers lurking in the shadows, not faceless criminals, but people she recognized. People she likely saw every day. People who spoke the same language, lived in the same world, and understood exactly what they were doing. The betrayal in that is hard to fully grasp. After she was taken, she wasn't killed quickly. She was kept prisoner. What followed wasn't a single act of violence, but a prolonged period of unimaginable abuse. She was repeatedly raped. She was beaten. She was burned. She was tortured in ways that go far beyond what most people can even imagine, let alone survive. The cruelty wasn't impulsive or momentary. It was sustained, deliberate, repeated. Over time, the abuse escalated. Her body was broken down piece by piece. Her injuries were severe, and she was denied medical care. She was treated not as a human being, but as an object, something to be used, discarded, and abused further. There are suspicions that she was shared with many other men, possibly connected to organized crime. The scale of it is overwhelming, and even thinking about it feels wrong, like your mind is brushing up against something it isn't meant to hold. As time passed, her physical condition deteriorated horribly. Infection set in. Her body began to fail. Even then, the abuse didn't stop. There was no mercy, no moment where someone stepped in and said enough, no sudden awakening of conscience, just continued violence until there was nothing left for her body or mind to give. Eventually, after yet another beating, something inside her broke, not just her body but her spirit. She died. That detail haunts me more than almost anything else. Not just that she died, but that she endured so much before it happened. That death may have come not as a sudden event, but as a release from pain that had gone on far too long. It forces you to confront the limits of human endurance and the horrifying reality that people can push someone past those limits without stopping. After her death, the people responsible tried to hide what they had done. They attempted to dispose of her body by encasing it in concrete, as if that could erase what had happened, as if burying the evidence could somehow bury the truth. But it didn't work. She was discovered. The crime came to light, and then came the part that enrages almost everyone who learns about this case: the punishment. Only one of the boys involved received a sentence of 20 years in prison. The others received much lighter sentences. Considering the scale and severity of what they did, the punishment feels grotesquely inadequate. It feels like the legal system failed her almost as badly as the people who tortured her did. There is no sentence that could ever truly match the harm done, but what they received feels like a mockery of justice. That imbalance is part of why this story stays with people. Not just the violence itself, but the aftermath. The realization that even when the truth comes out, even when the horror is undeniable, consequences can still fall painfully short. That sometimes the systems meant to protect people and deliver justice simply don't. When I first read about this case, I made the mistake of going too deep. I read details I wish I could erase from my memory. I couldn't sleep. My thoughts kept circling back to the same questions. How could this happen? How could so many people participate and no one stop it? How could teenagers be capable of something so monstrous? How could a society allow such a light punishment afterward? It shattered any comforting illusion I had about cruelty being rare or limited to obvious villains. This wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't a momentary lapse. It was sustained, group violence carried out by people who went back to their normal lives in between acts. That realization is deeply unsettling because it suggests that evil doesn't always look like madness or chaos. Sometimes it looks disturbingly ordinary. I genuinely warn people now when this story comes up. Not in a dramatic way, but honestly. If you don't already know the details, you don't need to read them. Knowing the name and the general outline is enough to understand how horrific it was. Going deeper doesn't bring insight or closure. It just adds weight to your mind that's hard to put down. This story changed the way I think about humanity. It forced me to accept that there are depths of cruelty that don't come with obvious warning signs. That people can smile, go to school, talk about normal things, and still be capable of unimaginable harm. That systems meant to protect the vulnerable can fail spectacularly, and that sometimes the world really is far more brutal than we want to believe. Junko Faruda wasn't a symbol. She wasn't a cautionary tale by choice. She was a person whose life was stolen in the most horrifying way possible. Remembering her means acknowledging that reality even when it's uncomfortable. And that's why this story stays with people. Not because it's shocking in a sensational way, but because it strips away comforting illusions and leaves you face to face with how horrible people can be when nothing stops them. If there is any mercy in this story at all, it's that she is no longer suffering. And if there is any responsibility on those who learn about it, it's to remember her with seriousness and respect, and to understand just how important it is to take cruelty, power, and accountability seriously. Some stories don't just scare you, they change you. My brother and his wife live in Indiana, where winter isn't just cold. It's the kind of cold that settles in and stays. Snow is a normal part of life there. You expect it, you plan for it. You shovel driveways, scrape windshields, and learn to read the weather without thinking too hard about it. Snowstorms come and go, and most nights are quiet in that heavy, muffled way that only snow can create. This happened on one of those nights. Nothing unusual had happened during the day. No strange phone calls, no weird encounters. Just a normal evening. They had dinner, watched some TV, let the dogs out one last time, and eventually went to bed. They have 2 Labrador retrievers, big dogs, usually calm and friendly, not the kind that bark at every little sound. If those dogs made noise, there was usually a reason. Sometime in the middle of the night, the dogs went absolutely crazy. Not a single bark or a quick warning growl. They were running through the house, barking loudly, frantic, nails clicking on the floor as they moved from room to room. It was the kind of barking that instantly wakes you up, the kind that tells you something is wrong. My brother woke up immediately, heart already racing before he was fully conscious. At first, he thought maybe the dogs needed to go outside, or maybe they had heard another animal, like a raccoon or a stray cat. That happens sometimes, especially in winter when animals are desperate for food and shelter. He got out of bed and went to calm them down. He spoke to them quietly, told them everything was fine, checked the doors and windows quickly. He didn't see anything out of place. No broken locks, no open doors, nothing that immediately explained their behavior. Eventually, the dogs settled down enough for him to go back to bed. A few minutes later, it happened again. The dogs started barking just as intensely as before. Same frantic energy, same running around the house. This time, it felt different. Not just annoying or inconvenient, but unsettling. My brother got up again, more alert now, adrenaline kicking in. He went back out, trying to calm them down once more. Again, he didn't see anything. The house was quiet. The night outside was silent. Snow covered the ground, reflecting faint light, making everything look still and peaceful. Too peaceful. He checked the doors again, made sure everything was locked, spoke firmly to the dogs, and eventually, they calmed down. After that, the rest of the night passed without interruption. No more barking, no more movement, just silence. By morning, the whole thing felt strange but distant, like a bad dream that doesn't quite stick once you wake up. My brother got ready for work, as usual. Showered, dressed, grabbed his things. The dogs were calm, acting completely normal, like nothing had happened. When he opened the door to leave, that's when he saw it. Fresh snow covered the ground around the house, clean, untouched, except for the footprints. There were two separate sets, not animal tracks, not random marks from snow blowing around. Clear human footprints, two different sizes circling the house, walking slowly, deliberately around the perimeter. They went up to every ground-level window, every door, the back door, the side windows, even the windows that most people wouldn't think to check. It was obvious what had happened. Someone or two people had been walking around their house in the middle of the night, while they were asleep, while the dogs were barking, while my brother was getting up and going back to bed, thinking everything was fine. The footprints weren't rushed. They didn't look like someone running or panicking. They looked careful, intentional, like whoever made them was taking their time. That detail is what makes it so disturbing. If it had been one set of footprints, maybe you could explain it away. A drunk neighbor, someone lost, a person cutting through yards. Still unsettling, but possible. But two sets. Two people moving together, circling the house, checking windows and doors. That's different. That feels planned. The realization hit him all at once. The dogs hadn't been barking for no reason. They hadn't been reacting to an animal or random noise. They had been reacting to people. People close enough to the house to be seen, heard, or smelled. People who were actively checking the house while everyone inside was asleep. The thought of how close it had come made his stomach drop. If the dogs hadn't barked, would those people have tried a door? Would they have broken a window? Would my brother and his wife have woken up to something far worse than barking? There's no way to know, and that uncertainty is sometimes worse than knowing exactly what would have happened. He stood there for a long moment, staring at the tracks, replaying the night in his head. The timing suddenly made sense. The first round of barking, the second, the way it stopped after he got up twice. It was entirely possible that whoever was outside realized the house wasn't empty, realized the dogs were alert, realized someone inside was awake, and decided to leave. That idea alone is chilling. They had been close enough to hear the dogs, close enough to hear my brother moving around, close enough to know they were noticed, even if they weren't seen, and at some point, they chose to walk away instead of pushing their luck. My brother said later that he had never felt so creeped out in his life. Not during storms, not during power outages, not during any other strange moment. This was different. This was the feeling of having been watched, of having been evaluated, of having been a potential target, without ever knowing it at the time. Snow has a way of revealing things that would otherwise stay hidden. Footprints don't lie. They don't fade immediately. They sit there frozen in place, showing you exactly where someone walked, where they stopped, where they lingered. In this case, the snow told a story that the night itself had kept secret. After that, everything about the house felt different. The windows didn't feel like just windows anymore. The doors didn't feel like simple barriers. Every ground-level opening felt vulnerable in a way it never had before. The dogs, who had always been companions, suddenly felt like guardians. Their barking wasn't annoying anymore. It was comforting, proof that something was watching over the house when the people inside couldn't. They called the police, of course, but there wasn't much to be done. No broken entry, no suspects, no cameras that caught anything useful. Just footprints and a bad feeling. By the time anyone could have investigated properly, the tracks would be gone, erased by time, weather, or shoveling. Life went on, as it always does. But that night never really left them. Even now, years later, my brother still talks about it sometimes. Not dramatically, not for attention. Just as a quiet reminder of how close things can come without you ever realizing it. How safety can feel solid one moment and paper thin the next. What bothers him the most isn't just that someone was outside. It's that there were two of them. Two people together, moving through the snow, circling a house in the middle of the night, checking windows and doors while a family slept inside. Two people whose intentions will never be known. Two people who vanished as quietly as they arrived. And the only reason anyone knows they were ever there at all is because snow remembers what the night tries to hide. That's the part that stays with you. The idea that danger doesn't always announce itself with noise or violence. Sometimes it comes softly, step by step, leaving only footprints behind. And sometimes the only thing standing between you and something terrible is a pair of dogs that refuse to stop barking. This is one of those periods of my life that still feels unreal when I think back on it, like it belongs to someone else or happened inside a bad dream that went on far too long. Even now, years later, the memories come back in fragments. Sounds, images, feelings, not always in order, but always heavy. It started around Halloween. A friend and I were walking outside at night, just doing what people do around that time of year. The air was cold, the streets were busy, and there were a lot of people out. Halloween decorations were everywhere. Fake skeletons, hanging figures, props meant to shock or scare. Nothing about that night felt unusual at first. As we walked, we noticed a crowd ahead of us. A fairly large group of people had stopped near a tree. People were pointing, whispering, staring. Then, one by one, they just kept walking. No one seemed particularly alarmed. No one was calling for help. It looked like the kind of thing people pause at briefly and then move on from. When we got closer, we saw why. There was a figure hanging from a tree. At first, we thought the same thing everyone else probably did. A Halloween decoration. Something meant to look disturbing. It made sense, given the time of year. But something about it felt wrong. The way the body hung, the stillness, the silence around it. Decorations usually look exaggerated or fake. This didn't. We stopped. Other people kept walking past us, glancing and then moving on, like it was nothing more than a prop. That part still bothers me. How easy it was for so many people to assume it wasn't real and keep going. How thin the line is between shock and indifference when people don't want to get involved. We decided to look closer. We took out our phones and shined the light up into the tree. The second the light hit his face, everything changed. There was no mistaking it anymore. This was a real person, our neighbor, hanging there, motionless. Panic hit instantly. We didn't stop to think. We didn't debate what to do. We ran toward him, got him down from the tree as fast as we could, and tried to resuscitate him. We did everything we could think of, everything we had ever been taught, even though our hands were shaking and our minds were racing. But it was too late. He was gone. Standing there afterward felt surreal, like time had slowed down or lost meaning. The crowd that had been there earlier was gone. Sirens eventually came. People asked questions, but I barely remember any of that clearly. What I remember is the weight of it, the realization that we had just found someone who had ended their life, and that we were the ones who had tried and failed to bring him back. That night stayed with me. I replayed it over and over in my head, wondering how long he had been there, wondering how many people had walked past him, wondering if anything could have been done differently. Those questions don't have answers, but that doesn't stop your mind from asking them. Anyway, I didn't have much time to process it. A couple of months later, on New Year's Day, my life shattered again. I was a witness to my stepdad committing suicide. There's no easy way to say that, no wording that softens it. Being there, seeing it happen, knowing you can't stop it, is something that changes you. It's a moment that splits your life into before and after. Everything that came before feels distant. Everything that comes after is shaped by it. That day is burned into my memory in a way I wish it wasn't. I don't need to describe what I saw. The fact that I was there is enough. The shock, the disbelief, the overwhelming sense that this couldn't be happening again. Not after what had already happened just weeks earlier. It felt impossible. 2 suicides, 2 months apart. One a neighbor discovered by chance, the other someone deeply woven into my life. It was too much for my mind to absorb. It felt like the universe had gone wrong somehow, like reality had slipped into something darker and refused to correct itself. Those months and the time after felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I went through the motions of life, but nothing felt real. Days blurred together. Nights were worse. Sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, it wasn't restful. I'd wake up with my heart racing, images flashing through my mind without warning. Ordinary things became triggers: trees, silence, holidays, the smell of cold air at night. Grief didn't come in neat stages, it came in waves. Sometimes I felt numb, like my emotions had shut down completely. Other times it hit me out of nowhere, overwhelming and suffocating. Guilt crept in too, even when I knew logically that it didn't belong there. The human brain looks for control in situations where there is none, and blame feels like control, even when it's misplaced. I spent a lot of time in counseling after that. At first, it felt strange to sit in a room and talk about things. That felt too big for words. But over time, it became necessary. I needed somewhere to put the weight of what I had seen. Somewhere safe to say things I couldn't say to friends or family. Counseling didn't erase the memories, but it helped me learn how to live with them without being crushed by them. What I learned most is that witnessing death like that leaves marks you can't see. It changes how you look at people, how you think about crowds, how you interpret silence. It makes you realize how much pain can exist just beneath the surface of everyday life, hidden in plain sight. I still think about that night around Halloween, about how many people walked by, about how easily something real was mistaken for something fake. And I think about New Year's Day and how cruel timing can be. A day meant to symbolize beginnings, hope, and fresh starts. forever tied in my mind to loss. Those experiences reshaped me in ways I didn't understand at the time. They made me more aware, more cautious, more sensitive to the quiet signs of struggle in others. They also taught me that it's okay to need help after seeing things no one should have to see. Life eventually moved forward because it has to, but those months will always exist as a dark chapter in my memory. Not something I dwell on constantly, but something that shaped who I became afterward. It really did feel like a nightmare, and waking up from it took a long time. I was 20 years old, and it was summertime. One of those warm nights where sleep feels optional and time stretches out in a strange way. I was with 3 friends, just wandering around downtown Millau in France at around 1 in the morning. Millau isn't a big city. It's quiet, rural, and when you're young, there really isn't much to do late at night. So you walk, you talk, you kill time together because being bored alone feels worse than being bored with friends. Downtown Millau has narrow streets that twist and turn. Old stone buildings pressed close together, and public lamps everywhere. At night, those lamps usually make the city feel safe. Every corner is lit. Every street has that soft yellow glow that keeps shadows from getting too deep. Even when no one else is around, the light gives you the feeling that the city is awake in some small way. That night, though, the streets were empty. Not just quiet, but completely empty. No cars, no voices, no open bars spilling. Light and noise onto the sidewalks. Just the 4 of us and the sound of our own footsteps echoing off the buildings. We didn't think much of it at first. Small towns shut down early. That's normal. Still, there was something about how alone we were that made everything feel slightly off, even before anything happened. We were walking toward the corner of Saint-Antoine Street and Saint-Antoine Boulevard, talking about nothing important, laughing, joking, half paying attention to where we were going. The lamps above us hummed softly, and the light made the stone walls look pale and flat. That's when we saw her. A woman was coming toward us from the opposite direction. At first, she was just a shape moving through the light. As she got closer, details started to stand out, and that's when the unease crept in. She didn't walk normally. Her movements were erratic, like she couldn't decide where to look or where to go. Her eyes were darting around constantly, scanning the street, the buildings, the air above us. She looked disconnected from her surroundings, like she wasn't fully present. Her clothes were strange, not just unfashionable or mismatched, but wrong somehow. Layers that didn't make sense for the weather, colors that clashed harshly under the streetlights. Her hair was dirty and wild, sticking out in different directions like it hadn't been brushed in a long time. Everything about her gave the impression of chaos. The moment she noticed us, her expression changed. She locked onto our group and suddenly shouted, loud enough to make all of us flinch. "I am sorry, I am so sorry." Her voice echoed down the empty street. It wasn't angry, it wasn't threatening. It sounded desperate, panicked, like someone confessing to something terrible without fully understanding it themselves. We slowed down instinctively, unsure what to do. None of us answered. We just stared at her, confused and uneasy. And then it happened. At the exact moment. She finished speaking. The lights went out. Not just one lamp. Not just the street we were on. Everything. The lamps above us flickered once and then died, plunging the street into complete darkness. It was instant. 1 second we were standing under bright public lighting, and the next we were blind. A massive power outage hit the city. Later, we would learn that no less than half of Millau lost power at that exact moment. But at the time, all we knew was that the world had gone black. Absolute darkness, the kind you don't expect in a city. No ambient glow, no distant lights, just nothing. Before we could even react, the woman screamed again. "Did I just do that? It's me? I'm sorry. What have I done?" Her voice sounded closer now, distorted by panic and the way sound carries differently in the dark. We couldn't see her anymore. We couldn't see anything. Just 4 people standing frozen in the middle of a street, suddenly stripped of sight, with a screaming woman, somewhere nearby claiming responsibility for the darkness itself. Fear hit us all at once. It wasn't a slow build. It was instant, primal fear, the kind that bypasses logic and goes straight to your legs. None of us said a word. We didn't discuss what to do. We just ran. We turned and sprinted away from her as fast as we could, shoes slapping against the pavement, hearts pounding in our ears. In the darkness, the city felt completely different. Streets we had walked 100 times suddenly felt unfamiliar and dangerous. Corners disappeared. Distances were impossible to judge. Every shadow felt like something waiting to grab you. We ran blindly at first, just trying to put space between us and that voice. I remember my breathing being loud and uneven, the sound of my friends running beside me barely reassuring at all. The woman kept shouting behind us, her words blending into panic and noise, and then eventually fading as we got farther away. When we finally slowed down, we realized we were lost. Without the streetlights, Millau became a maze. The narrow streets all looked the same. The buildings loomed like dark walls on either side of us. We tried to recognize landmarks, but everything we relied on was invisible. No signs, no illuminated windows, no clear sense of direction. We stuck close together, moving carefully now, afraid of running into something or someone. Every sound made us jump. A distant door closing, the wind moving through an alley. Our own footsteps sounded too loud, too exposed. What terrified me the most was the silence between sounds. Cities are never truly quiet, but that night came close. With the power out, there was no hum of electricity, no distant traffic noise, no background life. Just darkness and the feeling that we were being watched, even though we knew that was probably just our fear talking. Eventually, after what felt like forever, we managed to find our way back home. When we finally reached a familiar door and got inside, the relief hit me so hard my legs felt weak. We locked the door behind us and just stood there for a moment, breathing, listening, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The power came back later. Life returned to normal. The city woke up the next day like nothing strange had happened. People talked about the outage casually, a technical issue, a failure somewhere in the system. Nothing mysterious, nothing supernatural. But that explanation never fully satisfied me. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Logically, I know power outages happen. I know cities lose electricity for mundane reasons all the time. I know mentally unstable people exist, and that her reaction could have been random or even triggered by the outage itself. But the timing, that's what I can't shake. What were the chances that a woman would shout an apology, and at the exact moment she finished speaking, half the city would go dark? What were the chances that she would then scream as if she believed she had caused it? That we would be standing right there at that corner at that exact second? Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just bad luck layered on top of coincidence, amplified by darkness and fear and youth. Maybe my brain connected dots that were never meant to be connected, but I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I've been scared in my life. I've been in dangerous situations. I've felt fear that made sense. This was different. This felt unreal. Like the rules of cause and effect had slipped for a moment, just enough to make reality feel unstable. Even now, years later, I still think about that night sometimes, about the woman's eyes, about her voice, about the instant the lights went out, about how fast fear can take control when the world suddenly stops making sense. I tell myself it was. If tonight's stories stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.